The doors be open. N'en ouvrez pas. Order, alors. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. Honorable député de Repentigny.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. The media have confirmed the open secret that the Trans Mountain Pipeline evaluation process was just bad theatre. We now know that the entire process was disrupted at the request of Kinder Morgan. We know that public officials received political orders to say yes to the pipeline. We know that the briefs of First Nations, such as the 164 pages tabled by Chief Maureen Thomas on November 28, 2016, went right into the shredder. We know that the concerns of scientists regarding oil spills in the ocean were swept aside on November 29, 2016. But what was the rush, Mr. Speaker? Remember that on that very same November 29th, on Parliament Hill, there was a reception organized by pipeline lobbyists. On that day, the government approved Trans Mountain, reminding us that Canada is serving private oil interests, no matter who is governing.
Heck.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness that I stand to recognize the death of Norman Peters, loved by all islanders as the bearded skipper. Norman was a lifelong fisherman from North Rustico, serving as president of the North Shore Fishermen's Association for 2 decades, representing fishermen in many roles on the PEI Fishermen's Association, and serving on many committees for his industry and the province. He was a giant as a representative for the lobster fishery on a trade mission in China, loved by all who met him. His image as the bearded skipper seen as a Canadian symbol for the fishery. He inspired the building of a fisheries museum in his hometown, ensured the harbour was in good stead, and his fishing charters were an experience to behold, a fishing trip never forgotten by locals and tourists alike. Norman was active in his church and his community. No matter the cause, he would lend a helping hand. Our condolences to his wife Marie, son Corey, daughter Colleen, and family.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in memory of David Crutcher, a loving husband, father, grandfather, and friend who passed away suddenly on April 3, 2018. David was a man of faith, a greatly involved member of the Church of Latter-day Saints, was an engineer by trade, and well known for serving as the president of the Progressive Group for Independent Business. He was heavily involved in politics of Calgary. He was a great volunteer for a great many Conservative candidates across the city. I will fondly remember door-knocking with him. David was a leader who didn't let friends and volunteers fall behind. He had a warm word for everyone and was armed with a smile as well as a kind handshake. All of us have a David in our communities. A remarkably accomplished, a big contributor to local civics, the glue that holds people together, and a gentle soul offering a helping hand to all. My sincerest condolences go out to Mary, his wife, his family, and his friends. The Gospel of Matthew says, "Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has a proud tradition of brave men and women fighting for their country, and I am honoured to recognize one of Nova Scotia's finest veterans, the late Fraser Peter Hutchinson. Mr. Hutchinson served in the defence of France in World War II, where he was wounded and captured. He escaped the prisoner of war camp and spent months trekking across Nazi-occupied Europe to find his way back to Britain. And when he returned, he was the first Canadian soldier in the Second World War to receive the prestigious military medal. He went on to participate in the invasion of Sicily, where he became the first Canadian to capture an Italian prisoner. Although he returned home, Mr. Speaker, in 1943, he continued to serve Canada with valor until 1951. Mr. Hutchinson risked his life on numerous occasions for our freedom, but never wavered in his resolve to do his duty for his country. Mr. Hutchinson is a true Canadian hero and I'm proud to recognize them in this House.
The Honourable Member for Desnethie-Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, today my colleagues and I in the New Democratic Party stand in support of those living with cancer and their families by wearing a yellow daffodil. These yellow flowers are a symbol of strength, courage, and hope for those affected by cancer, and they are a message that things can get better. The research and hard work supported by the Canadian Cancer Society has helped to increase the survival rate for those affected to more than 60%, but there is still much that needs to be done. For example, in Desnethie-Mississippi, Churchill River, people with cancer must travel far from their homes, families, and friends while dealing with the financial, emotional, and mental toll that goes with treatment. I encourage all the members of this House and all people in Canada to share their time, their talents, and their treasures with organizations that support those living with cancer across the country. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, I would like to highlight the exemplary role of a great philanthropist in Dorval. Ms. Olivia Monton was recently awarded the Sovereign's Medal for Volunteers by the Governor-General, Her Excellency, the Right Honourable Julie Payette. For the last 10 years, Olivia Monton has proven that caring, tenacity, and humanitarianism make it possible to change Canada. In 2014, she created Live for the Cause, a foundation that draws people of all ages to the gratifying aspect of giving to others and to our communities.
Olivia, we would never forget to give at least a little bit, whether it is financial, material, or our time. She will be hosting the 2018 Gala benefiting the Douglas Mental Health University Institute on Saturday, May 26th. I would like to invite my colleagues to attend this event and help me congratulate Olivia for her numerous accomplishments.
Olivia.
Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, today I'm honoured to wear the daffodil pin in support of the Canadian Cancer Society's national fundraising campaign. I work with their national office through my role as the Shadow Minister of Health, and I also support my local chapter in Sarnia-Lambton. Daffodil Month is held each April, and the money raised from this campaign helps the Cancer Society with their critical work in the fight against cancer. Thousands of volunteers across Canada have been working to raise vitally needed funds for cancer research and support programs. Today in the House of Commons, we all wear our daffodil pins in support of this worthy cause. I ask MPs to share footage of them wearing the daffodil using #JoinTheFight. Together, we can make a difference for the almost 1 million Canadians living with cancer. Thank you.
Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, a unique feature of my riding are the rugged and determined cliffs of Bell Island. Even more unique are the rugged and determined residents who continue to fight for the survival of their communities now 52 years after the closure of the Bell Island iron ore mines. Less than a quarter of the peak population remain as they seek to rekindle opportunities in farming and to create new opportunities in tourism and services for retirees returning from military service or from their satellite community in Cambridge, Ontario. I was delighted to attend Johnny Harris's hilarious and uplifting performance last year as part of his Still Standing episode when he took a few liberties with the celebrating the colorful characters on the island, I can say. And through the Canada Summer Jobs Program, we are supporting 36 student leadership opportunities this summer. I believe in Bell Island and look forward to listening to the community at a town hall Tuesday, May 15th from 6:30 to 8 p.m. at St. Michael's Parish Hall. All are welcome. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is where innovation thrives, where international markets are within reach, and where the environment and the economy truly go hand in hand. Wyandotte, of course. This rural town in LNA County is where Fire Rain just announced a contract with the U.S. military for their environmentally friendly, food-based Eco-Gel, a fire suppressant that was also used to help the wildfires in BC. This is a perfect example of how Canadians in our biggest cities or in our smallest towns can lead the way in clean and innovative economy. I'm proud of our government for recognizing the ability of the small rural business to make a big impact by investing $325,000 in Fire Rain to scale up the company and get the product to international markets. Thank you to the members of Enterprise Station and Sawmills Volunteer Fire Department for being the first to bring this product on board, and congratulations to the whole team at Fire Rain. Thank you.
The honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every April, Ontarians celebrate Be a Donor Month in support of organ and tissue donation awareness. Today, I would like to recognize Joanna and Riley Mitchell, constituents from my riding of Oxford, who are the recipients of the Trillium Gift of Life Network Champion Award. It's given to Ontarians who have made an exceptional difference in organ donation and transplantation. Riley received a heart transplant at 7 months of age, and they have dedicated the past 13 years to volunteering at awareness events and sharing their story with the media. Joanna sits on the executive committee of the Life Donation Awareness Association of Midwest Ontario, while Riley regularly participates in the Canadian Transplant Games. Thank you, Joanna and Riley, for your contribution to organ and tissue donation awareness and for your involvement in leadership in our community.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, on April 27th, Hospice Vaughan and all residents of the City of Vaughan will celebrate the groundbreaking of an exceptional centre of excellence, a place where people coping with life-limiting illness, their families and friends will find support in a time of need. Located in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, the new 10-bed residential hospice and health research facility will support palliative care, grief, and bereavement services in a compassionate and home-like setting. We would not be celebrating this milestone without the dedicated staff and volunteers at Hospice Vaughan, or without the generous support of private donors from our community. Mr. Speaker, everyone deserves dignity and the best end-of-life care. This residence means that patients and their families will not need to leave the familiarity of our beautiful city. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the work that Hospice Vaughan is doing, and please, all my colleagues, join me in congratulating everyone who played a role in this noble initiative.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, on April 9th, Mr. Pierre Descoteaux passed away. He was a former municipal councillor and former Liberal MPP for the riding of Groux, Sainte-Thérèse, Boisbriand, and Rosemere from 2003 to 2007. He remained involved in his community by participating, among other things, in a show on TVBL, a community television network in Sainte-Thérèse de Blainville, where he explained politics in layman's terms to the citizens in the Lower Laurentians. Married for more than 40 years, father of 3 children, Geneviève, William, and Simon, he was very proud of his family, and he wanted to spend time with them as often as possible. According to his loved ones, he was an exceptional husband, father, and grandfather. In the RCM of Thérèse de Blainville, citizens remember a hard-working man full of conviction and commitment who worked very hard for his citizens. I would like to offer my sincerest condolences to Marie, Geneviève, William, Simon, all his family, and all his friends. Pierre, you left us too quickly. Rest in peace.
Honourable member for Brantford Branch.
Mr. Speaker, at 5 a.m. on the 19th of August 1942, Allied soldiers launched a raid on Nazi-occupied Dieppe. Of the 6,000, mostly Canadian soldiers that went ashore, 60% were killed, wounded, or taken prisoner. Those that survived the carnage would be treated by nurses, including the Augustinian nun named Sister Marie Agnes Valois. To her, they were my Canadians. To them, she was the Angel of Dieppe. Her compassion was only matched by her bravery. On one occasion, she stood between a captured Canadian soldier and a Nazi pistol, declaring that the bullet would need to pass through her first. Sadly, we learned recently of her passing at the age of 103. Sister Marie Agnes, your Canadians are eternally grateful. May you rest in peace.
The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, today is National Daffodil Day. The daffodil is a symbol of strength and courage in the fight against cancer. I wear this pin in memory of my late husband Arnold and for all the people living with cancer and wanting to conquer this disease. Over the course of their lives, 1 in 2 Canadians will be diagnosed with cancer. By funding cancer research, we've seen the overall cancer survival rate increase from 25% in the 1940s to 60% today. There are many different ways to support a person living with cancer, whether it is just being a quiet support, offering a meal to the family, sending a quick text message with no reply needed, telling a joke or funny story, providing a ride to treatments and appointments, volunteering at the Cancer Society, or giving a hug or massage. Everyone can make a simple difference for people living with cancer. Thank you.
Honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Recently, several Campbell River realtors donated part of their commissions to the Campbell River Transition Society. Stephen Grant, Deanna Collins, Heather Parker, Doug Marie, Andre Riviette, Vanessa Hurd, and Deb Giles together donated $9,900 to support women and children who are fleeing violence. I want to acknowledge their generosity. I also want to thank the Executive Director of the Transition Society and all of the amazing staff and volunteers who do such tremendous work. Mr. Speaker, these people save lives. Their dedication and hard work is so appreciated. Sadly, this issue continues to be so real and concerning across Canada. In fact, recently the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women said, quote, "Due to the lack of shelters or second-stage housing facilities, many women who have fled from domestic violence are subsequently forced to return to their homes, exposing themselves to the risk of facing further violence," end quote. I ask this government to listen to the cries of women and children across this country and the Special Rapporteur and raise the much-needed funding for these facilities. Women and children.
Honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, B'nai B'rith Canada released their 36th annual audit of anti-Semitic incidents. And while 2017 was a year of celebration for most Canadians, it was truly a difficult year for our Canadian Jewish community. Last year, as in the year before, anti-Semitism reached record-breaking highs, with acts of violence having doubled and acts of violence having increased by almost 50%. The audit highlights disturbing instances of anti-Semitic occurrences on campuses, including calls to physical violence by a student leader at McGill, bomb threats at York, and an attempt by the University of Ottawa Student Union to revoke the status of a campus Jewish group. What is even more disturbing, Mr. Speaker, is that this year there's a section called Anti-Semitism in the Political Sphere, which discusses the actions of elected officials, including members of this House. Mr. Speaker, many experts that study racism refer to anti-Semitism as the canary in the mine, an indicator of general patterns of anti-Semitism across the country. I call upon all members of this House to be active and loud in denouncing all acts of racism, particularly anti-Semitism. Anything short of that brings shame upon this place. Yeah.
Honourable member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, I stand before this House with a heavy heart today. I can't express to you the depth of my sadness at the tragic incident that shook my riding of Willowdale 2 days ago. Those killed and injured are etched in my thoughts, and my heart goes out to all their loved ones. We will never forget April 23rd, nor will we forget the response of our city and of our country. And allow me first and foremost to salute all the first responders, all of them courageously coming forward, in particular Constable Lamb, and all the individuals who rushed to the victims to assist, and of course, the many, many people who have descended on Willowdale to pay their respects. But allow me also to commend every member of this House for their leadership. I have no doubt that we will emerge from this more united than ever. And I know that given all the angels I have seen in my riding, that I have never been prouder to be a Willowdalian, a Torontonian, or a Canadian. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, questions orales, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président, le Premier ministre.
Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister tell this House and all Canadians that he and his government are doing everything in their power and using all of the tools at their disposal to ensure that the Trans Mountain Pipeline will be built? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, from the very start, we've shown that we understand that protecting the environment and growing the economy go hand in hand. Under 10 years of Stephen Harper, the Conservatives weren't able to build even 1 kilometre of pipeline to new markets. On this side of the House, we are working to ensure that this pipeline gets built. But that is part of putting a price on carbon and protecting our oceans at the same time. All of that goes together because Canadians know that the environment and the economy go together. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Can the Prime Minister assure this House and all Canadians that he is using every tool at his disposal to ensure that the public support the Trans Mountain Pipeline project?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I find it wonderful that a member of the opposition is asking this question because, indeed, we recognize that part of the tools to get this pipeline built is a price on carbon pollution right across the country. Canadians know that protecting the environment and growing the economy must go together. For 10 years, Stephen Harper and his Conservative Party were unable to protect the environment and therefore unable to grow the economy the way they should have.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister claims to be trying to build public support for this pipeline, perhaps he can explain to the House why his government gave a grant to an environmental lobby group that specifically used those funds to hire an activist to protest against the Trans Mountain project. Does the Prime Minister not realize that paying groups to protest against these projects is exactly part of the problem?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, unlike apparently the member of the Leader of the Official Opposition, we believe in free speech and we believe in advocacy on this side of the House. But, Mr. Speaker, on the specific...
Order. 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 I know that all honourable members believe in free speech. It doesn't mean we can all freely speak at the same time. Order. We need to hear the questions and the answers, whether we like them or not. The Right Honourable Prime Minister has the floor. We'll have some order.
Mr. Speaker, on the issue of this particular advocacy group, it's important to highlight that they were also funded under the Harper government.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition, order.
To protest a pipeline.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has signed off on a grant that will go specifically to hire an assistant who will, quote, work directly with the provincial organizer and the field organizing team to help our network stop the Kinder Morgan pipeline. Does he not realize that he is funding the very groups who are protesting against the project that is in the national interest?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
As I said, Mr. Speaker, the previous Harper government also funded this organization, and on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we will not brand Canadians as eco-terrorists. We will not remove funding from advocacy organizations because we as a government happen to disagree with them. We remember what that previous government did, and Mr. Speaker, Canadians do not want to go back to those terrible years.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, what the Prime Minister just said will come as a great surprise to the member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor. That's right. There is nobody that believes that this Prime Minister is committed to free speech when he punishes all those in this country that don't agree with his personal point of view. But what we're talking about here, Mr. Speaker, is not the principle of free speech. Yes, we all agree in that. What we're talking about is taking tax dollars from people who are out of work in the energy sector and giving it to people who are trying to block a project in the national interest. That's shameful, and Conservatives will stop that practice.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Order.
Mr. Speaker, once again we see Harper's Cup.
Order. Debate. It's not a cacophony. Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, we see the true colours of these Harper Conservatives shining through. The commitment that this government has made to stand up and defend reproductive rights and the rights of women at every single opportunity is one that sticks in their craw, Mr. Speaker. We will not apologize for ensuring that women's rights are protected across this country.
The
Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata, des Basques.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I feel awful because I can see the Prime Minister is not reading out of a sheet of paper on this issue now. And I'd like to address him on a very serious concern. And this serious concern is that the government's review of the Kinder Morgan pipeline project was rigged from the get-go. We are worried because we know that Kinder Morgan lobbied this government more than 36 times in 2016 to try to get the green light on this project. Our leader, Jagmeet Singh, and I have asked the Prime Minister for full disclosure of all the documents related to the approval. Will he agree to be fully transparent and release those documents?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize that under the previous government, the approach of not understanding how important it is to properly consult and engage in acquiring social license needed to be fixed. That's why we actually added additional steps to make the process more rigorous. In fact, we extended the consultation process to ensure we were meeting and exceeding our responsibility to engage with and consult Indigenous peoples. This is something Conservatives always failed to do.
Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata, des Basques. Mr. Speaker, I think the Prime Minister doesn't realize how serious the situation is. So I'll say again, while his government was supposedly consulting First Nations on the Kinder Morgan project, his senior officials were talking to try to get a green light and to expedite the approval process of the project. These directives were deemed troubling by Indigenous legal experts. Will the Prime Minister commit to revealing all documents relevant to the Kinder Morgan approval and assessment process? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in this House, we all know that the process that Stephen Harper set up didn't work. That's why we added steps to the process to ensure that consultations with First Nations and the rigorous study of this project would be done. We know that the only way to build a consensus across the country, well, not a total consensus, but at least support, is to listen to Canadians from all backgrounds. And that is exactly what we did. And that is why we were able to approve that pipeline. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-Petite-Patrie. Well, here's some news. The Liberal Party of Canada has become the Oil Company Party of Canada. While the Liberals were pretending to consult with people, the CEO of Kinder Morgan was never concerned. Because he knew very well that the decision had already been made in advance and that the consultations were just a smokescreen. The Liberals have made a mockery of Indigenous peoples, scientists, and citizens. Will the Prime Minister be transparent? Will he promise to tabling all documentation relevant to the Kinder Morgan approval process? Yes or no? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie could never accept this pipeline. He said so very clearly. He said that regardless of the conditions, he would never approve it. But we talked to Canadians to ensure that we had consulted people widely, that we had a rigorous process in place, and even his leaders said that he would be open to the idea of approving that pipeline. So these are the type of people that we are bringing together, not those who still believe that there is a stark choice between the economy and the environment.
In a Berkeley Valley.
There's no way he even believes that anymore. Look, this whole fiasco of an approval process is looking more rigged than a Russian election. The PM promised the people of Alberta a credible process. He broke that promise. He promised the people of British Columbia meaningful consultation with First Nations. He broke that promise too. You know, many people suspected that the fix was in from the beginning, that the decision had already been made, and now we have the proof from leaked papers from his own administration. So if the Prime Minister wants to regain a scintilla of trust that he once commanded in this country, will he reveal all the Kinder Morgan papers once and for all?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what we actually did in this process was add additional steps and more rigorous process to a process that we all recognize was terribly flawed under the previous Conservative government. We extended the consultation with Indigenous peoples, and I'd ask the member opposite outside of this House to explain why he is ignoring the many Indigenous communities that are in support of this pipeline, that are asking for these pipelines to be built to ensure their future and their kids' future. There are many Indigenous Canadians who feel this is a good path forward. Why are they ignoring them?
The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, a group working against the natural resources industry is currently seeking an employee to fight the Kinder Morgan project. So this raises the question, why is this organization being funded by a federal grant? Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister stop playing with taxpayer money and subsidizing projects that want to hurt our economy and hurt honest energy workers? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I've said, this organization received funding under the Harper government. And on this side of the House, we will not criticize or attack organizations that don't have the same values as us. We will ensure that when it comes to rights and respect for the law, that everything is in order. But we know that Canadians have a wide range of opinions and approaches, and it's important to listen to them. It's important to work with everyone to ensure that there's no increased polarization as the opposition is trying to create. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, this is just nonsense. The Prime Minister needs to stop sending contradictory signals to the energy sector, which employs hard-working Canadians all across the country. This jeopardizes well-paying jobs and scares off investors. It's time that the Prime Minister finally show a little bit of leadership. How can he be for the energy sector and be against it, using taxpayer money to fund initiatives that aim to destroy Kinder Morgan? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I've been saying since the election campaign that Canadians know that we need to both protect the environment and build a strong economy. Today, we can see that there are people who don't believe in this. The Conservatives are attacking us because we aren't doing as much as they want to move forward with Kinder Morgan. And the NDP is completely against this project. So, as usual, the Liberal Party is focused on the concerns of Canadians, and we will deliver for Canadians.
Mr. Speaker, look, this is about trust. The Prime Minister claims he supports the Trans Mountain expansion and the thousands of jobs it will create, but he's funding anti-energy political activists who are being hired explicitly to stop the pipeline. The PM has already driven out over $80 billion of energy investment, and now he's using taxpayer dollars to block the Trans Mountain expansion. No wonder no one believes a word he says. Why is this Prime Minister using Canadian tax dollars to block Canadian pipelines and kill Canadian jobs?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, Canadians know that protecting the environment and growing the economy must go together. The members opposite simply do not understand that. On one side of the House, they're thinking about the economy but not the environment, and that did nothing for the economy under Stephen Harper. On the other side, the NDP is still wrapped up in forgetting about the economy and doing everything they can to try and protect the environment, which isn't working. Canadians know we have to move forward in a thoughtful way that brings people together instead of demonizing them.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Canada has always produced the most responsible oil in the world, and the Liberals' ongoing attacks is what is collapsing confidence in Canadian energy investment and in our country's reputation. The bottom line is this. The Liberals are paying people to, quote, stop the Kinder Morgan pipeline. Chief Ernie Cray of the Sheehan First Nation says, quote, our young people every day come to me and say, I want to get trained. I want a job from the Trans Mountain Pipeline. Why is the Prime Minister undermining Canada's national interest and funding anti-energy activists to kill Indigenous aspirations, thousands of jobs, and the Trans Mountain expansion?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's actually, it's quite something to watch these guys.
Order. Members don't seem to understand. One side gets to ask the question, the other side gets to have its say as well. Each side gets to have their say. And it's a democracy, and we have to listen in spite of not liking what we hear sometimes. So let's show a little respect for this institution, please, including the Honourable Leader, House Leader of the Opposition. The Right Honourable Prime Minister has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's just that once again we see the Conservatives learned nothing in the last election campaign. They continue to try and invent things and torque things and attack their opponents and demonize everyone as they trying to make things happen. It didn't work. It failed miserably. You underestimated Canadians' intelligence when you treat them like children and try and scare them into supporting you. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, not you, but them. Mr. Speaker, we are going to take Canadians seriously.
We're all adults here. Let's act like adults. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
The Wapoos Farm provides, it's a charity in my riding that provides free vacations to poor families who would not otherwise afford one. But the Prime Minister cut their summer jobs this year because they refused to attest to supporting his ideology. Yet today he claims that an organization which seeks a summer student for the express purpose, and I quote, to stop the Kinder Morgan pipeline gets the money under the Prime Minister's defense of free speech. Why does free speech only apply to those trying to kill Canadian jobs and not those trying to help the less fortunate?
I remind all of our members, and I remind the Prime Minister to address the comments to the Chair. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party of Canada is the party of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and we will always stand up to defend Canadians' charter rights. And organizations that cannot ensure that they will abide by the principles in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and indeed will work to take away charter rights of Canadians, will not get funding from this government. I know the members opposite don't like that because it means standing up for women's rights and reproductive rights, but it also means we will be unequivocal in always standing up to defend the charter rights of all Canadians.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, we just witnessed a Prime Minister accuse the Wapoos Farm of attacking the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. This is an organization that provides low-income families with a rare recreational opportunity, the chance to have a vacation that they would not otherwise afford. They do not impose any values of any kind on those families. They invite them and they give them an opportunity to recreate together and grow. Why is it the Prime Minister is prepared to support funding for jobs for organizations taking away opportunities from Canadians, but not those trying to help the less fortunate?
The right honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, no matter how the members opposite try to spin it, the Liberal Party and this government will always stand up for charter rights. That is something that is ingrained in what we feel a government's responsibility is. Now, under the Harper Conservatives, we saw regularly them defunding the Court Challenges program, putting forward pieces of legislation that they knew were non-charter compliant. We are simply saying, if you want to move forward and get funding from the government, you need to demonstrate that you're supporting the Charter. I think that's a minimal thing that we can expect of any organization we fund.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, not only did this government provide insufficient funding for the fight against sexual assault on university campuses, but now the UN is calling out the government's inaction on violence against women. According to a UN report, there's a flagrant lack of resources and centres to help victims. This is a systemic problem, and the Liberals' piecemeal approach won't solve anything. Will the government stop claiming to be feminist and start taking action to protect women who are victims of violence? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we understand how important it is to fight against gender-based violence. That's why in Budget 2018, we announced $5.5 million to improve access to sexual assault prevention centres on campuses and to develop a broader strategy to prevent and fight gender-based violence with an investment of $86 million. We understand that there is much more to be done, but we are there to fight for gender equality and to defend everyone against violence.
The member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
That spending's years away. We hear a lot of talk from this Prime Minister, but there's still so much to do on gender equality. This week, the UN Special Rapporteur to End Violence Against Women called out this government for its lack of action to end violence against women. And today, women from 20 countries called on G7 leaders to drop the feminist platitudes and take real action that will change the lives of women now. Now, the feminists I know get stuff done. So when will this Prime Minister drop the fake feminism and take real action for women today in Canada?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I very much understand where the member opposite is coming from, but I would exhort her to remember that everyone can be allies as we move forward in the fight for more gender equality, and that level of judgment is not something that is serving Canadians or the world. I was proud to be able to sit down with leaders in the W7 just at lunch today to talk about how we can do more and we must do more on gender-based violence, on promoting true equality and equity around the world. There's much to do, and we are proud that we are having this conversation and leading in this conversation.
Honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has, in his own words, told Canadians he plans to phase out the energy sector, having already driven out $87 billion in investments, destroying investor confidence in Canada and putting jobs and communities at risk. But that wasn't enough. Can the Prime Minister explain to Canadians why he's using taxpayer money to fund professional protesters whose job description it is to kill the Kinder Morgan pipeline?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we all remember remember from the years of Harper government the organizations that were defunded because the government disagreed with them, whether it's Kairos, whether it's a range of court challenge programs, whether it's other organizations that were labeled as eco-terrorists. That Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker, is consistent in trying to shut down anyone who dares disagree with them. Well, you know what? Canadians shut them down by excluding them from government. We, Mr. Speaker, respect the rights of Canadians to hold a diversity of opinions. We'll defend the Charter.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, no one believes that this Prime Minister is supportive of Canada's energy industry. Last week when he was in France, he mourned the fact that he couldn't phase it out fast enough. And now we have documents that prove that the Prime Minister is using taxpayers' dollars to fund professional protesters against the Kinder Morgan pipeline. When will the Prime Minister just admit that he is using taxpayer money to fund the protesters and to fund his plan to shut down the Alberta energy sector?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, part of the reason why the Conservatives under Stephen Harper, and they continue with the same approach, weren't able to get a single kilometre of pipeline towards new markets built was because they didn't understand that respecting a broad range of voices in this country, encouraging people to express their views and working with them instead of shutting them down is the way to ensure that we can move forward as a united country that both gets that growing the economy and protecting the environment must go together in the 21st century.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the true nature of the Prime Minister is to hold Canadian oil in contempt. He already said that he wanted to phase it out, but apparently it's not going fast enough for him. And the economy is suffering from his attitude. $84 million less in investments, many jobs lost, two pipelines that didn't go ahead and one that may not go ahead after all. And what is he doing now? Giving grants to companies that want to hire someone to organize a network to stop the Kinder Morgan project. Why is the Prime Minister helping those who want to destroy the Canadian economy? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for the last nearly 2.5 years since we've been in power, we've seen the economy grow. We've seen the best year of economic growth last year in the G7. We've seen the unemployment level at historically low levels. We've seen the creation of 600,000 new jobs. And we know that we are creating an economy that is growing, but that still respects and protects the environment. That's what Canadians want. And that's particularly what they want after 10 years of paltry economic performance under the Conservatives.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has already killed $87 billion of investment in our energy sector. Now we finally have confirmation that he is actively funding the protests against Kinder Morgan. Here's the posting for the job that he is funding, and I quote, "Help our organizing network stop the Kinder Morgan pipeline and tanker project." Why is the Prime Minister funding these campaigns against our energy industry?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, we remember the Stephen Harper years that so many of the members opposite were part of, where anyone who dared disagree with official government position got persecuted, marginalized, yanked their funding, shut down. That was the approach that Canadians suffered under for 10 years. And I can understand their outrage that perhaps we encourage advocacy on a broad range of issues. But Canada is a country strong, not in spite of its differences, but because of our differences. And we will always support the rights of Canadians to express themselves.
And order. Order.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, the government's lack of clarity around NAFTA talks is worrying farmers in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean and Quebec. We know we can't trust the Liberals not to open more cracks in our supply management system. Now, after softwood lumber and aluminum, new sectors are in jeopardy. Will the government undertake once and for all to fully protect supply management and jobs in our other agricultural sectors? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as we've always said, we will defend supply management. It was a Liberal government over 40 years ago that established supply management. We know it works very well for dairy producers and others, actually for the full agricultural industry, and that is why we will continue to defend supply management in trade talks, and we will continue to do that in our NAFTA talks.
Essex.
Farmers know the truth. CETA, TPP, every deal Liberals sign, they're betraying supply management. Mr. Speaker, key environmental advocates in all three NAFTA countries have published a report warning that the current deal locks the whole continent into high carbon futures. This will absolutely prevent us from meeting our Paris Agreement commitments. 2 decades of regressive energy proportionality provisions, and it's clear what we must do to fight climate change. Will the Prime Minister assure Canadians that energy proportionality will be removed from NAFTA?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we all know very well what the NDP's perspective on trade deals are. We respectfully disagree with the NDP, who can't seem to find trade deals of any good for Canadians. We know they help Canadian workers. We know they help Canadian small businesses. We know they help Canadian consumers. But we do recognize that there is a need to be more progressive in our trade deals. That's why we're bringing in labor chapters, bringing in gender chapters, making sure that we are moving forward in a way that includes everyone in the benefits of trade. That's what Canadians elected when they elected a progressive government.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, sadly, cancer continues to be the leading cause of death in Canada. In fact, nearly half of all Canadians will be affected in their lifetime. Cancer doesn't discriminate. It is just as likely to strike someone in Davenport of whatever background it means as it is anywhere else in Canada.
As April is also Cancer Awareness Month, can the Right Honourable Prime Minister update the House on the steps our government is taking to support cancer research? Thank you. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
My colleague from Davenport for her question and for long-time advocacy on this important issue. All Canadians know just how devastating a cancer diagnosis can be for families and friends. That's why we're proud to promote partnerships such as the Canadian Partnership Against Cancer with funding of up to $50 million a year. It is through the strength of these partnerships that we can collectively reduce risk factors, support research, and ensure better treatments today, but also for years to come.
Now, member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals say those entering Canada other than at a Canada Border Services Agency point of entry are irregular. But under the current law, it's a crime. If the government doesn't enforce its own law, the message to the public is that the law is arbitrary. Does the Prime Minister think it's okay for people to break the law by crossing the border illegally? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed to hear the divisive, scaremongering rhetoric from the member opposite. Yes, it's illegal to cross the border between points of entry, but at the same time, we are signatories to the UN Convention, which requires that when a person makes an asylum claim, we have to analyze their application through due process. We are defending that system. We are protecting Canadians and providing for their safety, but at the same time, protecting the integrity of our immigration system. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has just confirmed what we've been saying for a year and a half, that it's illegal to cross the border there. Thanks for admitting that. Now, what is the Prime Minister planning to do to prevent people from entering Canada illegally? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if the member opposite is asking Canada to withdraw from our international conventions on refugees, because that would appear to be what he's asking for. We are enforcing our immigration system rigorously. We're reassuring Canadians about their safety, but the members opposite are fear-mongering and they're creating doubts in the minds of the public. We are doing what Canadians expect of us. We're protecting our system and ensuring the integrity of our laws and remaining open.
Mr. Speaker, last year alone, over 20,000 people crossed the border illegally, as the Prime Minister now acknowledges, and that problem is only getting worse. The people who are really suffering are those men and women and their families who are trying to come to Canada legally but are being put at the back of the line because of this Prime Minister's inaction. The Prime Minister has just acknowledged that the problem at the border is a problem of legality. He is the Prime Minister, after all. What is his answer to this ever-growing crisis, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable Prime Minister.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, the answer is not to stoke fears amongst Canadians and new arrivals about what is actually happening. We have a strong and rigorous immigration system that is being applied to everyone who arrives in this country. If they arrive between border points, they are ensured that they are arrested. They go through a process whereby if they call for asylum, we have to respect our international conventions to analyze the request for asylum. That's what Canadians expect, and that's what we're bringing.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. I am not invoking or I'm not talking about fear. I am talking about an illegal issue at our border, Mr. Speaker, where people are coming across the border illegally. Our borders matter. Or don't they matter to this Prime Minister? So the Prime Minister needs to answer to Canadians who are concerned. They're not racist, Mr. Speaker. Canadians who are concerned are not racist. People who are trying to come to Canada legally are not racist, Mr. Speaker. They have a legitimate concern, and the Prime Minister needs to, instead of laughing, answer the...
All right. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what we have been saying for months and indeed years now is the integrity of Canada's immigration system is holding. We are ensuring that anyone who arrives in this country, whether it's regularly or irregularly, goes through security checks, goes through a rigorous immigration system that Canadians can be reassured is being applied to the full extent of the laws and rules that Canadians expect. To suggest otherwise is simply irresponsible, polarizing politics.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I was thrilled to hear that the Prime Minister is open to considering my motion on a national strategy to combat plastics in our lakes and oceans. I extended an invitation to him to discuss this very important issue, and I look forward to hearing from him. But I was also concerned that he failed to follow other countries like the UK and take a simple step forward like banning plastic straws. I'm pretty sure Shirley Temples will taste the same without plastic straws, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister commit today to doing something simple, like moving towards banning plastic straws? Simple.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for his question and look forward to continuing to have excellent conversations with him about the oceans, about protection of the riding. Unfortunately for the NDP, though, nothing is ever as simple as they'd like it to be. We are committed in moving forward to protect oceans, particularly from plastics, as part of our G7 leadership. But we intend to look not just at macroplastics, but also at microplastics and even nanoplastics, Mr. Speaker. There are many issues facing our oceans, and we're going to get them right, Mr. Speaker. That's what Canadians expect.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last spring, a number of farmers in my riding experienced extraordinary flooding, which caused heavy damage to their farmlands. Despite repeated requests from producers in my region, the government has done nothing about it. As a result, some producers have lost over $100,000 and half their crops. I am calling for action today from the Liberal government. Can the Prime Minister tell us today in the House if he plans to compensate producers in my riding? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we acknowledge how important agriculture is to our economy, and it's a source of growth for our economy. We've been very pleased to establish a protein supercluster that will help farmers all across the country, dairy producers and producers in the members' riding. We will continue to take an interest in this and work together, as we will continue to defend all farmers all across the country.
The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister misled many would-be migrants to illegally cross the border. In response to a problem of his own making, the Prime Minister is throwing Canadian tax dollars at a problem with no concrete plan. And yesterday, the Prime Minister refused to even commit to a plan. Can the Prime Minister tell this House, does he believe it is wrong to illegally cross the border and jump the queue?
Great question.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, not only have I answered that question today, I've answered it many times over the past months. Crossing a border between official border crossings is illegal. Now, Mr. Speaker, what the members opposite want us to do is to step back from our international commitments.
So pleased everyone is happy, but one person at a time, please. One at a time. Order. Alors, the Right Honourable Prime Minister has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, what the members opposite seem to take issue with is actually the commitment Canada has made to the international community to respect the rights of asylum seekers and refugees. If someone claims asylum because they're fleeing persecution, war, or violence, we are required to analyze that request. We are a party to the International Convention on Refugees, and therefore we will stay true to our obligations.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins and Lévis. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister finally acknowledges that the crisis he created at the borders is illegal, but he's doing nothing about it. Between 300 and 400 illegal entries a day are expected this summer, and still no action. And that penalizes legal entries. Sometimes the processing time is up to 11 years for those who obey the law. It's unfair and inhumane. Why the double standard? Why are queue jumpers welcomed and others left to languish at the end of the line? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's completely irresponsible for the Conservatives to fearmonger about our immigration system and refugee system. We are enforcing all laws and rules of our immigration system, and Canadians have no need to be worried about the safety, their safety and the safety of our system. For 10 years, the Conservatives under Harper made cuts to immigration, made cuts to staffing to process cases, and did not do what Canadians expected in terms of a rigorous immigration system. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, now that the Prime Minister has acknowledged that it was illegal, that it is illegal to cross the border illegally, can he now, here in the House, tell us what their plan is? What does he intend to do to stop that illegal crossing at the border? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we see once again how much these conservatives just want to play politics. I've been saying this for a long time, and we've been moving ahead with our plan for a long time. We are working with all levels of government. We are ensuring that our immigration system is enforced fully. We are ensuring that Canadian safety is protected, and we are also investing in our border services agency and immigration system to ensure that all those cases are processed. Now, a member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, for many years, residents of Montreal have been asking for better public transit. Our government delivered on this last year when we committed to invest in the REM project that is set to transform the region, but that alone is not enough. For decades now, residents have asked, when will the Blue Line be extended? But despite their hopes, it never materialized. Can the Minister of Infrastructure or the Prime Minister tell this House what our government is doing to advance this project? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's a huge pleasure to answer the member from Bourassa, because as a member for Papineau, I'm very happy that we're moving ahead with the Blue Line. I met with Premier Couillard recently to talk about a cost-benefit study in order to move this project, the Blue Line project, forward. The Blue Line will give access to the subway system to more Montrealers after decades of conservative inaction around Quebec's infrastructure. So I'm proud to announce that we are moving ahead with this project.
For Durham. Mr. Speaker, I thought my questions on the Prime Minister's scandalous trip to India had come to an end, but the government's story keeps changing. Yesterday, we learned that the RCMP knew about the invitation to Mr. Atwal at least a day before the National Security Advisor told committee that he knew. Security forces and Mr. Jean were kept in the dark by the Prime Minister's office. So my question is simple. I just want a date. When did the Prime Minister learn that his friend Jazz was on his invite list for the India State dinner?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the RCMP has corrected the information and has accepted full responsibility for the erroneous information that went out. But the facts remain, Mr. Speaker. There is no great conspiracy here that we are keeping from Canadians. The approach is one of concern that we have, that we continue to deepen the friendships and the relationships with India while ensuring that we are rigorous in our approach to defending Canadian values.
Honourable member for order. Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Normally, budget items have to go and get Treasury Board approval before being included in the main estimates. And that's why last year we all agreed that we would delay the tabling of the main estimates so that budget items could be approved by Treasury Board and included in them. But this year's estimates include $7 billion worth of budget initiatives that have not gone through the Treasury Board process and should be brought forward in supplementary estimates. It's a big change to the way we approve government spending. That's why I've asked the President of the Treasury Board to request a take-note debate in the House so we can all learn more about this and pronounce on it. Will the Prime Minister support that request?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, one of the things we wanted to do in improving access, transparency, and openness in government was aligning the estimates process with the budget process. In previous years, as parliamentarians who've been here for a while will know, the voting on estimates, even though it might have happened after a budget, had no relation to the budget that a government had just put forward. We chose to create greater transparency and greater ability by opposition MPs to hold the government to account on spending, which, as we well know, is at the core of the functioning of this place. We are pleased with the movement we're making.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface, St. Vital. In the last election, our party made a commitment to building renewed nation-to-nation relationships with Indigenous peoples.
The Capion Barracks property was declared surplus by the Department of National Defence in 2001. The site is comprised of 40 buildings and over 65 hectares of land. Unlike the previous government, we are approaching reconciliation with a whole-of-government approach. Can the Prime Minister inform this House as to what role DND and our government are playing in reconciliation with First Nations in Canada?
Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member from St. Boniface for his question and for his leadership. We recognize the importance of the Kapyong Barracks land to the Treaty 1 First Nations and remain committed to working together in the spirit of reconciliation. Last week, we were proud to announce an agreement in principle with the Treaty 1 First Nations for the Kapyong Barracks land. This agreement is a concrete step on the path to reconciliation and renewing the relationship with Indigenous peoples. We will continue working with the Treaty 1 First Nations to develop a final settlement agreement.
Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, now Canadians know the truth. We know that both the RCMP and the PMO knew about Mr. Atwell's invite, but it seemed that the PMO didn't share that information with the National Security Advisor. How can Canadians have confidence in this Prime Minister when his office holds back information from security agencies and from his own National Security Advisor? Since the Prime Minister won't answer simple questions, will he commit to appointing an independent counsel to review the handling of the Atwell Indian affair so that Canadians can get to the bottom of this?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Conservatives are twisting and torquing the facts in any which way they can to try and make political hay out of an issue that is simply not one. The RCMP corrected the record, but nothing about the actual timeline changes in terms of when the information became available and how we acted on it immediately. For the members opposite to simply suggest there is a grand conspiracy here is simply irresponsible. I was pleased that the leader of the official opposition took that confidential briefing. I was pleased that members got.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Prime Minister. In a speech delivered on April 7th, the Minister of Indigenous Services acknowledged that Canada has failed to address the many social determinants that lead to poor health and poverty in Indigenous communities. Many in my riding of Nunavut feel that Canada has and continues to fail them. Funding for housing, education, infrastructure, and health services are all lacking as a direct result of the per capita funding allocation. My question is, will the Prime Minister commit his government to change the per capita funding allocation to more of a needs-based approach? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member from Nunavut for his question. Our government is committed to building a new relationship together with Indigenous peoples based on recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership in a distinctions-based approach that recognizes the uniqueness of the Inuit Crown Partnership. Through Budget 2018, Nunavut will receive $1.6 billion in 2018-2019 in major transfers, an increase of over $50 million from the previous year. We're also investing over $500 million to make progress in the areas identified through the Inuit Crown Partnership Committee, such as health and wellness, skills and training, and housing.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Amadou Sané, Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs of the Republic of the Gambia.
Okay, very good. Point of order. I believe we have a point of order. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a point of order, and in a moment I'm going to make a motion as well. We just heard in the question period exchange that not only did the opposition members, including the Conservative House Leader and other members, and the Prime Minister misrepresent the House by suggesting that those who cross over at an official borders are doing this illegally. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in fact, it states very clearly under Section 133 of the Immigration Refugee Protection Act that it is not illegal for people who make crossings at unofficial border crossings, that in fact it is not a violation of the criminal code. So therefore I would like to move the motion and to call on the Prime Minister to apologize using the term illegal.
Do we have unanimous consent for that motion? I don't believe we have unanimous consent. Okay, we have another point of order. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During question period, the Prime Minister suggested that the opposition was inventing the controversy around the government funding protesters on the Kinder Morgan pipeline. So I would like to seek the unanimous consent of the House to table the Dogwood Initiative's job posting for an organizing assistant, asking for someone to apply who will work directly with the Dogwood provincial organizer and the field organizing team to help our organizing network stop the Kinder Morgan pipeline. I'd like unanimous consent to table that.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Once again, I don't believe we have unanimous consent. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to one petition. And, Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I would move, second by the member from Gatineau, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. Oh, just wait, I gotta follow this.
Order. Order. I'm about to read something very important. I'm sure everyone wants to hear it. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. McKinnon, moved that the House now proceed to orders of the day. It's
the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion.
All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay.
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Call in the members. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau, moves that the House now move to the order of the day. All those in favor of With the Ocean will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Coleman-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pascasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Mrs. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Brettina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Berton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Bittle.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Duran.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Garrett.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Patan, Metapedia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brenton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Vandal.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambopoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Saint-Germain, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney Belchas, Etchemin, Levy.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poilier.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Ms. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Wall.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloyd Minster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloyd Minster.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Bullier.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Ms. Kwan.
Mrs. Kwang.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolm.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
May, Saanich Gulf Islands. Yeas pour 158, 158. Nays contre 128, 128.
Je déclare la
I declare the motion carried.
orders of the day. The Honourable Government House Leader on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Family, Children and Social Development, that in relation to Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at the third reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the date
Order. 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 Can I okay, if you can hear my voice, please say shh. There we go. There we go. Good. The Honourable Government House Leader was trying to say something. I was having a hard time hearing it. The Honourable Government House Leader, please proceed.
from where I was? Yes. Just continue? And that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successfully without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
order. Ms. Jagger, seconded by Monsieur Duclos, that in relation to Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at the third reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. I invite honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise in their places so the chair has some idea of the number of members who wish to participate in this question period. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member from Mégantic-l'Érable. It's an honour to rise today. Why? Because I heard today the Prime Minister say dozens of times during question period just how he was in favor of freedom of speech and wanted to allow everyone to express themselves. And yet today, at the first opportunity, what do we hear? We hear the leader of the government announce that there would now be a motion to cut debate short and prevent MPs from speaking to a bill that is very important, Bill C-55. Mr. Speaker, that's entirely unacceptable. It's unacceptable to say one thing when the cameras are on and then do the opposite afterwards when the reporters are gone. And we're just between us here in the House of Commons. I think the government should be ashamed for having once again used this maneuver that prevents people who want to speak, people who want to defend people in the fisheries sector here in Canada. I don't know who to raise the question to. I would like to know. I would like this to be justified. Why has it been decided once again that MPs in this House should be prevented from publicly expressing themselves freely on such an important question? The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to rise in this House for the important reason of thanking and congratulating all the members of this House for the remarkable work that they have done over the last few weeks and months. We have had the privilege of hearing debates that are broad in scope. People have debated for over 10.5 hours, 7.5 hours on point of order.
You know, Mr. Speaker, we have just seen once again that this House has invoked closure, this government has invoked closure on a piece of legislation that will impact Canadians from coast to coast to coast to coast.
Sorry,
Please indulge me. And yet we do not have the House leader here. We do not have the Prime
I'm sorry, you have two things. There's not a point of order, and you're not allowed to... No. Okay, we'll proceed to the Honourable Minister. That's not a point of order, and you are not to refer to someone's presence or not. The Honourable Member for Grasslands.
That's answering the question is supposed to be related to the bill. We don't see either the Natural Resource Minister, the Environment Minister, or the Fisheries and Oceans Minister answering this question. I'm not talking about whether they're here or not. Why don't they stand up and answer the questions related to the bill?
Once again, I want to remind the honourable members we're not to refer to the presence or absence of any members in the House. And on the other point, it is up to the individual to come up with an answer. And in about 30 seconds, I'm not sure anyone has time to come around to it. I'll leave it to the Honourable Minister to come to it. I've heard many discussions in the House where you wonder where someone is going and then they wrap around and bring it to the relevant question. L'Honourable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de me rappeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for reminding all of us and to give me the opportunity to continue my answer. I want to congratulate all the members of this House, and in particular congratulate Conservative MPs who have spoken 21 times out of 34 speeches in total. The Conservative MPs used all their time slots. Their point of view is important, and it has been heard. The Parliamentary Committee on Fisheries and Oceans has done remarkable work and met 9 times and heard 34 witnesses. That's important to the government. The government will not only respectfully listen to different points of view coming from all different sources, but will also make public policy as a result. This bill is better now because of the significant work and much appreciated work of all the members of this House. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Excuse, c'est pas Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Pardon, is it Laurier-Sainte-Marie?
Okay, je pense.
My apologies. I'm sorry, I thought you had a question.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the Minister of Families, I want to say that the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans is doing a very good job with C-55. That's not my problem. My problem has to do with the abuse of process against democracy by limiting debate over and over again.
Why can the minister explain to this House why we need time allocation? This bill is a good bill. It's been amended. It's gone through committee. It should not need to be forced through. We should be able to have the kind of work in this place that ensures that full debate can take place.
Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Appreciate and value very much the contribution of my colleague. She knows really well, because of her vast experience, that this House has 2 responsibilities. The first one is to listen to the diversity of perspectives and views in this chamber as well as in the other one. This House also has a responsibility to move forward with important changes that will make a real change in the lives of Canadians, especially when it comes to issues that matter very much to them, such as protecting the oceans of our great country. We have a country that has the immense privilege of having 3 oceans. We also have the immense responsibility of protecting all of these oceans, and that's exactly the purpose of this bill.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is it's dismaying that we get to stand up again on this abusive process I believe our honourable colleague brought up from Saanich Gulf Islands. You know, when campaigning in the 2015 election, the member from Papineau said that his government, under his governance, his government would be the most open and transparent government ever. He also said that he would give backbenchers more power. Well, we've seen how that goes, and our honourable colleague from Costa Bay, Central Notre Dame, has seen full well how that goes. Mr. Speaker, he also said, amongst many other things, he said he would let debate reign. Mr. Speaker, through you, I would like to remind all of those in this House does not belong to the Prime Minister. It does not belong to you. It does not belong to me. It belongs to the electors. The voice of the electors are those, that is us. We are elected to be the voice of Canadians from coast to coast to coast to coast, Mr. Speaker, on a piece of legislation that will be so critical to those Canadians. Why? Why does this government feel the necessity to abuse their power and abuse parliamentary privilege and process to ram this through and shutter debate?
Honourable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The voice of members of this House is extremely important. The voice of Canadians in 2015 is equally important. Canadians let us know that they wanted a greater share of our oceans to be protected. Less than 1% of our oceans was protected before 2015. We have said in the campaign that 5% of our oceans will be protected by 2017. We have achieved 7.75% in 2017. We have said that we will move to 10% by 2020. This is an important bill, Mr. Speaker, which speaks to the vision and the voice of Canadians when it comes to protecting the value of our oceans. So I'm proud, Mr. Speaker, that both the voice of people in this House as well as the voice of Canadians in 2015 have been respectfully and effectively listened to.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Elmwoods Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think we all know in this place that the use of time allocation has become a pretty regular practice of this government. And unfortunately, the other regular practice underneath that is that when they do use time allocation, they only call for one more day of debate, Mr. Speaker. And that's quite unfair to MPs who may want to speak to legislation, who up to today would have thought that they might have had the opportunity at some future occasion. I wonder if the minister could explain why, when time allocation is used, which is not something I condone, but why, when it's used, they don't provide for more days of debate so that they could pick 3 days, 5 days, whatever number they wanted, Mr. Speaker. Why do they always make it one day, shutting down MPs who might like to plan for future opportunities to speak to bills?
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said earlier, we have had the privilege of listening to approximately 11 hours of debate in this House, 7.5 for third reading. The Parliamentary Committee on Fisheries and Oceans has done a great job, met with 34 different witnesses. It's amazing work, Mr. Speaker. It's not only a matter of days, it's a matter of years, because this bill is going to change Canada for the future. In the next few years, as I've said earlier, until 2020, for instance, we will increase the share of the oceans being protected from about 7.75% in 2017 to 10% in 2020. And that debate and the importance of those actions will keep increasing as we move forward to working better, both for the environment and for the economy.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister of Children and Families for answering this question that relates to fisheries and oceans, natural resources, and the Ministry of the Environment. I find it odd that the Minister of Natural Resources won't answer questions on this. I find it odd that the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans refuses to stand and answer the questions on this, or why the Minister of the Environment is refusing to answer these questions, leaving it instead to the Minister of Children and Families to answer questions about why this government is shutting down debate on a bill about oceans and offshore petroleum resources. I also find it insulting that they know that today, on a Wednesday, with a shortened schedule, by closing down the debate and limiting it to 1 day, that actually means 40 minutes of debate will occur after their obstructionist voting that will take place for the rest of the afternoon. So why won't the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans stand in his place and answer the question, why are they shutting down debate on a Wednesday when we only get 40 more minutes to talk about this bill?
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think most members in this House will appreciate and value and congratulate the work of the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, as well as the Minister of the Environment, as well as the Minister of Natural Resources, for their collaborative work in moving our country forward when it comes to supporting the environment and to supporting the economy. This is a language, this is a vision that I think most Canadians also share. We look forward to more debate, to more advances, to more actions in the future. This bill, for instance, set up a forum, a panel to inform the work of future work of this House, as well as the work of the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans when it comes to meeting our international commitments regarding the protection of our very valuable oceans. We look forward to continuing this important discussion with all members in this House.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague. My question will not have to do with the meaning of the bill. I don't want to hear a speech on the basis of the bill. My question has to do with the time allocation motion. I see around him, without saying who's in the House or not, I see members who were here during the last Parliament when Conservatives used time allocation motions almost daily. And these members would rise every day to criticize it, to criticize the time allocation invoked by the Conservative government. And now the roles seem reversed. The members are there, but they are quiet, and they no longer criticize the use of time allocation. My question is, what changed before 2015 when they denounced it daily, and today as they are quiet watching the debate? The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague. He has more experience than I do in this House and knows how things were rather complicated before 2015. I don't have the same experience. I didn't go through the same trauma, but I know that in 2017, 2018, we have a Liberal government that is doing exceptional work. We have members that take their work to heart. They meet ministers regularly. I also know that members of the opposition are doing very good work. I would like to especially highlight members of the NDP, who intervened 6 times, and members of the Conservative Party, who spoke 21 times. A total of 34 speeches in this House. I think that everyone has made their contribution. A government must listen, but a government must also act, especially when we talk about protecting assets as important as our 3 oceans in Canada. As I was saying, we have the chance of having 3 oceans, and we also have the responsibility to protect them. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Only Liberals could be this arrogant. For the minister to be in committee yesterday and speak about how he was going to be open and transparent, and how he was going to listen to Canadians, and how they're saying they're doing that here today. And yet, here we have them calling time allocation, shutting down debate in this House because they're afraid to hear the honest debate. The debate about the unprecedented powers that are going to be given to the fisheries minister through this bill. Unprecedented powers that he and only he will be able to decide what areas are being shut down for transport, for oil and gas exploration, for fishing, for any type of activity in the oceans. Why won't the fisheries minister, the fisheries parliamentary secretary, the Minister of Environment, the Minister of Transport, why won't any one of those ministers or parliamentary secretaries have the jam to stand up and answer this question?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate the member and commend him for his interest and his contribution to the debate. As you well know, Bill C-55 corrects a major flaw in the current system. The current system has 2 possibilities: 0 protection or full protection, and nothing in between. In those contexts where in the in-between matters, that is, in contexts in which we have a presumption that some marine areas need to be preserved, need to be protected. So what we're going to put into place with Bill C-55 is a regime by which interim protection can be provided, which means that the minister will have 5 years to consult extensively with Canadians, including Indigenous Canadians, to draw on science in the most fulsome, respectful, and efficient manner, such that within those 5 years there will be interim protection, and after 5 years a decision will be made as to whether we want to protect permanently the area or not protect it at all. So it's a good way forward. There will be more to come with the contribution of members in this House. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de...
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Salaberry-Sora. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just flabbergasted to hear what the minister across the way has said. He's saying loud and proud that the Liberals have already given enough time to debating this bill. But he also said that there were only 30 members who, opposition members, who actually got to speak. And there are 338 of us in the House. So where is our free right to speak on this? Where's the transparency? He said himself that this bill is essential for protecting the environment and our oceans. So I think there's a real dissonance between what he says and what he claims to be doing. How is it that they're cutting debate again? I think it's been 35 times in less than 2.5 years that they've done this. They're imposing time allocation on us, and I haven't even had a chance to say what I want to say yet. So how is it that we can't exercise our privilege to have an open debate on such an important bill as the Minister says? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 things. First, my colleague, as some other colleagues in this House, probably experienced the traumatic events pre-2015, so they know that we would have a lot of work to do before we could hit the previous government's record. The second thing is that, as she knows, the government needs to listen to Canadians and to the elected officials that Canadians voted for. We've had the opportunity over the last few weeks to hear a number of perspectives, largely from the opposition official opposition and from the NDP. We know that they worked hard to articulate their opinions, and we also know that they worked very hard within the Fisheries Committee, which heard 34 witnesses. Now, third, Canadians know that the government needs to act. And at a certain point, if there is a lack of consensus or a lack of unanimity in the House, the government still needs to move forward, particularly on such important issues. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for being available here today to talk about this and to provide comments on the bill and the vote.
Discussed, though, the amount of work that was accomplished by the Fisheries and Ocean Committee. I was just discussing with the member from Avalon, and he was telling me that it was months and months of work that they put into this hearing, from literally over 50 witnesses in committee. And I think this is an incredible amount of work, and they heard it was over many, many months. And I think when you have the opportunity of debating, and every member of this House has the opportunity of going to every committee if they so choose to take the time and to offer their comments, to listen to the comments of experts and people who are involved by this. But I was hoping the Minister could comment a little bit more on the types of debate that we might have heard at the Standing Committee of Fisheries and Oceans.
Well, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That gives me the opportunity to congratulate the member who just spoke. Now, he knows how important it is to listen and to be respectful of the diversity of views of Canadians, and particularly of Indigenous Canadians that have for too long been forgotten in the way in which the Canadian government has a responsibility to move forward. He also knows the important work of other members in our caucus, including the member for Avalon, with whom I had a very good conversation just earlier. And I know, and I knew already, and now I know fully well how valuable the efforts he and others have put into the work of the committee. 9 meetings, 34 witnesses, all very important to informing the work of this House. We owe a big debt of gratitude to the members of the committee, and equally importantly to all of the witnesses and all of the staff that have made this work so useful and so inclusive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In comments, the Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to be able to be here today. And this government says that they're doing well on the environment. That's clearly not true. It's not the case. And I'll give an example just quickly from my own riding. There's a group of people trying to work with Environment Canada on setting up a new pasture lease situation. And what they find is that Environment Canada is dictating to them at every point. They're telling them about the employment that they need there. They're setting the provisions of the agreements, refusal to be able to work with the community. They're threatening them if they've told them if they don't do them our way, we're going to make this much more difficult for you. You'll be jumping through hoops for a long period of time. They're condescending to them, where they're assuming that any local activity is destructive. They don't want to talk to the local people. They don't want to give them any control over anything to do with the project. And basically, they've shown a complete inability to be able to respond to unique situations because they don't recognize or understand the area. We're seeing that in this bill as well. And there is a better way, Mr. Speaker, which is that Environment Canada, Natural Resources, and Oceans and Fisheries needs to begin to work with local communities. Trust that actually people on the ground understand a little bit about what's going on in their area. And we've seen that in our part of the riding in particular with some of these situations. So I just want to ask the member opposite, and I also should point out this is actually going to be the only opportunity I have to debate this bill. So when they said everyone's had fair opportunity, that's not true. But how is this bill going to change the attitude of the ministers of Fisheries and Oceans, Environment and Natural Resources so that they can actually begin to work with local communities instead of destroying them?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I recognize and value and commend the contribution of the member. I would like to signal that his view on the importance of being mindful of local circumstances, this view is not only right, but it's also exactly at the center of this bill. This bill, when you read it carefully, recognizes the importance of a case-by-case analysis. Canada is a vast country. Canada has a vast number of Canadians interested in the protection of their environment, of the marine environment in particular, and that's why it's so important, as the member says, and as the bill explicitly states, to take into account the local circumstances, the local knowledge, and science and consultation adapted to the context of the projects being analyzed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that my math is right when I say that if you look at the amount of time that the Liberals have been in power, they've actually already beaten the Conservatives in terms of the use of time allocation per year. Now, I think it's important to take a look at some of the some of the changes that are being proposed here. Now, the idea of working in a coalition seems outside the realm of possibility for the Liberals. I wonder if the Liberals will ask the Director of Elections to reduce the number of ridings in Canada, because it seems that 34 speeches out of 338 members, well, they seem to think that that's sufficient. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm once again very pleased to be able to answer this question. The member knows well that the vast majority of speeches in this House about this bill were made by the opposition. So 21 from the Conservative Party, 6 from the NDP. The member also knows well that we are eagerly awaiting to hear what the NDP will say during the vote. We think that the vote is important for protecting our three oceans. It's our responsibility to protect them. So I am certainly looking forward, and I think all Liberal members in this House are looking forward, to seeing whether the NDP believes, like us, that it is important to move forward with this plan, and whether it is important to set up the dispositions of this bill that will allow us to reach a target of 10% of marine protected areas by 2020.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister said that the number of times that the government and opposition and committee spoke about this bill, it was very high. So can the Minister say how this bill was strengthened by that process?
The Ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Thank you. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you'll allow me, I'd like to start by thanking the member and by saying that I think that her contribution to the Liberal caucus and the government's activities are really remarkable. She is very transparent and respectful in her work, and she always works with an approach aiming for inclusion. And that's what we've seen over the last weeks and months. That's how we've been having our conversation, to ensure that we can hear from a broad array of opinions. We heard a number of speeches from the Conservatives and from the NDP as well. About 34 witnesses were heard during the Parliamentary Committee's 9 hearings. So, as a result, we now have a better bill, and a bill that will help change the way the Canadian government can protect our three oceans. That's very good news for Canadians, and I would like to thank all members of this House, and particularly the member who just spoke. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's actually quite dismaying that the honourable colleague across the way, the minister, has said that most of the speeches have all been from the opposition side. So where are the 18 BC Liberal MPs? Where's their voice on this? And where are the 32 Atlantic Canada MPs on this? C-55 is absolutely going to be transformative for our coastal communities. It is going to impact in a negative way financially those coastal communities. So my question through you, Mr. Speaker, is this. for our honourable colleague across the way who's been asked to speak to Bill C-55. Bill C-55 empowers the Ministers of Fisheries, Oceans, Canadian Coast Guard to immediately designate marine protected areas by order and prohibit certain activities in those areas while the area in question is studied. Can he please inform the House what the provisions are in place through C-55 for any economic losses incurred by the communities and industry in those areas adjacent? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the colleague for his intervention. He used the word transformative. And indeed, this is going to be transformative in the ability of this government to protect our three oceans. It has also been transformative in the way in which my colleagues from Atlantic Canada and BC have been able to put forward their views, their vision, their abilities to work for their citizens, their constituents, in the context of the process that led to this very important bill. I would like to congratulate the contribution, the members from Atlantic Canada as well as from BC for their important contribution, not only in this place, but many other places outside of this one where leadership matters and where they have shown the type of leadership that Canadians expect from this government.
Right on. Il est mon devoir d'interrompre maintenant.
It's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and to put the question to a vote. The question is as follows.
Seconded by Monsieur Duclos, moved that in relation to Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resource Act, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted for the consideration of the third reading stage of the bill, and que 15 minutes avant la fin...
That 15 minutes before the time allowed for government orders, only one more day be allotted for consideration of the bill, and that all proceedings be interrupted, and that all question necessary for the disposal of third reading stage of the bill be immediately put to a vote, forthwith and successively, without further debate or amendment.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour, please say yea. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members. The question is the following one. Ms. Chagger, seconded by Mr. Duclos, moved that in relation to Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act, the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted for the consideration of the third reading stage of the bill, and que 15 minutes avant la fin.
That 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the third reading stage consideration of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and, in turn, every question necessary to dispose of the third reading stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively, without further debate or amendment. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin, la petite nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentin, la petite nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Ms. Rudd.
Miss Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et l'Essor.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubois.
Mr. Dubois.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sandagari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruce.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Al-Khoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Hutchings. Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Metapedia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Maskey, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission, Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame
Ms.
Lambropoulos.
Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kong.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Zéchemin, Lévy.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Zéchemin, Lévy.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Paulus.
Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Harder.
Mrs. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abou Taïf.
Mr. Abou Taïf.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Ordega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Carroll.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Belleris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stutsky.
Mr. Stutsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 162, 162. Nays contre 127, 127.
I declare the motion carried. Conformément à l'article 38 du règlement.
Pursuant to Section 38, or rather Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable, Agriculture and Agri-Food. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke, Taxation.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge, Canada Revenue Agency. We have a point of order. Nous avons un appel au règlement. Le député et la députée de...
The member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
There have been discussions between the parties to allow UC to have the member from Okanagan West Kootenay table a timely petition in the House. I was just wondering if we have unanimous consent to allow the member to table this important petition. Go, Richard.
Does the member have unanimous consent of the House? Then we'll let the honourable member present his petition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank everybody for their kindness here. I stand to table the petition, an e-petition 1390. I had constituents fly out from British Columbia to see this, and we missed it during going to orders of the day. They gathered 1,537 signatures.
Wow.
This is regarding the establishment of a national park reserve in the South Okanagan-Smilkameen. And among other points, they mention the BC Dry Interior Ecoregion is unrepresented in the national park system. The South Okanagan is a hotspot of endangered wildlife in Canada. The region will benefit economically in the form of direct jobs and capital expenditures, and there is strong local support for the park proposal. So they call on the government to expedite the creation of a national park reserve in the South Okanagan-Smilkameen. Thank you.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate at third reading stage of Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, and on the amendment of Mr. Calkins.
I wish to inform the House that because of the proceedings on the time allocation motion, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound, who has 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining.
Here. Let's give him more than that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to remind everyone that I am splitting my time with the honourable member from Yellowhead, and I believe that puts me down to about a minute. But speaking to C-55, Mr. Speaker, is this legislation goes way and above and beyond, I believe, even what the government tried to pretend that they wanted to do. It cuts into areas. Fishermen have big concerns with this. And really, I think at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, all the good that changes that were made to improve the Fisheries Act in 2012, it just seems to be this government's operandi, no matter what the item is. If the previous government did it, we got to reverse it. And instead of coming up with some good new legislation, what have you. So, I wish they'd get back to actually dealing with some good ideas. Maybe if they sit down and think about it, they might even come up with some themselves. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm willing to take some questions.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the government, and in fact members from all sides of the House, whether it was pre-study reports at the Standing Committee, to the fine work that the Standing Committee did, some of the debate that we saw in second reading, the amount of consultation was fairly extensive in regards to this piece of legislation. It has been already in third reading for a while now, and it just seems that its time is to start advancing, to move forward on this important legislation. It's something in which I believe that Canadians really and truly want. It's the type of thing in which this government talked about doing in the last election platform, and I wonder if my colleague would not at the very least agree that as a whole the legislation is good, it's sound, and we do need to see it passed.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, am I ever glad to have this member actually bring up consultation or lack thereof. Mr. Speaker, this colleagues, his 5 members, I happen to sit on the committee, so I know what I'm talking about on this. The Liberal members on the committee were thoroughly embarrassed because day after day after day of testimony on this, their people, their constituents, their fishermen kept coming back, and their biggest complaint, Mr. Speaker, was there was almost nil consultation, if any. It's basically, this is what we're doing. That isn't consultation. That's telling people what have you. So thanks to the member for opening up that door for I could comment on it.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
This comes back to something that I raised a little bit earlier, and that is not only the lack of consultation, but the lack of willingness to work with local communities. I've got a community pasture in my area that they're trying to make an agreement with Environment Canada so they can use it the way they've used it for 70 years, and they found in dealing with this that Environment Canada is only interested in really dictating to them. They're going to tell them how many employees they have and how they're going to use them. They've talked about threatening them. If you don't do it our way, we're going to make this a lot more difficult for you than it is right now. They basically assume that anything that local communities do are destructive, when these are the people who've lived there for 100 years who actually have been able to manage a very hostile environment and do well at it. So I'm just wondering if he thinks that this bill is actually going to improve this government's attitude towards local communities.
Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
From Cypress Hills grasslands, and he comes from ranch country like I do, and a lot of to his question about do I think the government's actually going to change and listen to people instead of trying to shove them around. I think all you got to do is look at everything from the attestation for Canada Summer Jobs, and I could go on, Madam Speaker, but the simple answer is no, they're not going to change, and they think they know better. And while, since this member is from Saskatchewan, Madam Speaker, originally when the changes that came about in 2012, they came about because of residents across Saskatchewan, through Saskatchewan Association of Rural Municipalities, SARM, brought it to our attention, and I thought it was only in Ontario as a farmer at the time. We found out it's right across the country. So the answer again is no, they're not going to change.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you very much, and I thank my honourable colleague for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound, and just say that as a member from an ocean coastal riding, I welcome C-55. The honourable member may be interested to know that there is a protected area that has gone through, well, it's a proposed protected area for National Marine Conservation Area for my riding. It's still called the Southern Strait of Georgia proposal, although everyone in my area calls it Salish Sea. It was initially proposed and supported by Jacques Cousteau in 1972, and it still hasn't been enacted. So I welcome anything under the Oceans Act to speed up protected areas, and I wonder if my honourable colleague who doesn't touch the ocean might agree it would be a good thing to get an important area like this protected.
A brief answer from the member from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound. He may want to wait till his light comes out.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my member, thanks for the question from my honourable member. Of course, everything deserves being protected, but we got to put this whole thing into context. And you know, this here bill, there was some good changes in 2012. She knows that, and this bill is basically going to reverse all those changes. And the good that was created there will actually go against what she actually wants. And you know, when somebody that has a record of, and she's even said that she's against a lot of good things in this country, like the pipeline out there, the Kinder Morgan, and is willing to go out and break the law on it. I think it...
Unfortunately, the time is up. Sorry. I tried to allow the member some extra time to get to his point, but it was just taking a little bit longer than expected. The honourable member for Yellowhead. Resuming debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's good to rise today and speak on Bill C-55, even though our time is going to be limited because of the actions of the Liberal government. But, you know, I've been here, I think, 4 other times trying to get this conversation going, and I will try to get it done today. I rise in the House to speak on Bill C-55, an act that will empower the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans to designate, without consultation, marine protected areas and prohibit activities in those areas for up to 5 years. And after 5 years, the Minister will be able to permanently designate that area as Marine Protected Area, or an MPA. The bill also gives the Governor and Council the authority to prohibit fishing as well as oil and gas activity in MPAs. I must say, Madam Speaker, for a government that constantly praises itself for listening to Canadians and public consultation, I was surprised when I read Bill C-55. I was surprised because the legislation completely ignores any kind of consultation. Now, Madam Chair, I sat on the Environment Committee and was part of the study taking action today establishing protected areas for Canada's future. And I want to make just a comment by one of the witnesses and that was Paul Croby. I think the most important thing is to do this transparently. What are the economic benefits? What is the baseline management that can be handled over to the communities? Have that up front right away and across the board, being fair and not negotiating from one space to the next, from one community to the next, or from one land claim to the next. Start at the highest level right off the bat and get to yes very quickly. Now he's saying that, but he's saying that we need to negotiate. And yet here we have a government that says, we're going to enact this really quick and we'll study it after. Once again, this Liberal government is putting environmental activists ahead of our economy, Madam Speaker, and the local people who these decisions will impact the most will suffer. According to fishermen in Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island and British Columbia, they haven't been consulted about the impacts of Bill C-55 at all. And why should we expect they will be consulted when the Liberals want to turn their regions into protected areas as quickly as possible to reach a personal mandate by that party? The Cape Breton Fish Harvesters Association said they are very upset by this process. It wasn't done the way it should have been done. It should have been done more respectively. The director of golf of Nova Scotia Planning Board Fishermen's Group said the consultation process was not well planned, organized, or transparent, and even within the Fisheries Department it was disorganized. The chief of the Pictou Landing First Nation said that they have received very little information about the consideration of their region as an MPA, Madam Speaker. She also said to her community, depends heavily on the revenues from snow crab and the lobster fishery. And Madam Speaker, that's a $70 million lobster and snow crab fishery that has supported their small coastal region in Cape Breton for many generations, and it could be at risk because of this Bill C-55. I think Mr. Gord MacDonald, a Fort-Chew fisherman in Nova Scotia, put it best when he said, it most likely will be damaging than beneficial, but it satisfies a need to be seen as doing good, as being a world leader in protection and conservation. Madam Speaker, some of the locations being proposed aren't in danger. They're being fished in a sustainable manner. That's exactly why our government enforces quotas, etc., to protect these areas. Bill C-55 requires that when deciding to establish an MPA, the minister apply a precautionary approach. When in doubt, add it to the list. Not with any consultation, just add it to the list. First of all, the government consulted, if the government consulted with the people on the ground, they could avoid a lot of uncertainty. Secondly, if the government imposes an MPA that is unnecessary, even for 5 years, the government will destroy the local economy with little gain for marine environment. But as Mr. MacDonald said, the Liberals will look good on the international stage. Madam Speaker, this Liberal government ran a campaign on transparency, yet they are seriously questions about the transparency with the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, both in this legislation and decisions he's made in the past. Let's just go back a few months. The Minister awarded 1/4 of the Arctic surf clam quota to a partnership between Premium Seafoods and the Five Nations Clam Company. However, neither the Liberals nor Five Nations Clam Company would say which Indigenous groups were involved until weeks after the decision was made. Apparently, at the time of the application, not even the applicant knew who was involved, but they got the contract. There were only reserved spots in their proposal for Indigenous groups, and it wasn't until after the quota was awarded that they filled those spots. Smells a little fishy. Not to mention that the president of Premium Seafoods, which won the contract, is the brother of a current Liberal member who has contributed thousands of dollars to the Liberal Party. Sounds fishy. And the president of one of Five Nations partners, also a former Liberal member. The Minister needs to stop playing politics with our fisheries and come up with a real plan that will support high-quality, well-paying jobs in our coastal communities. This bill won't only impact commercial fisheries, but it will also hurt people who fish for substance, as well as negative impact on tourism in these areas. For example, when the International Halibut Commission met last year to determine the catch limits of the year for Canada and the U.S., it couldn't come to an agreement and determined best to keep the 27 restrictions in place. When the recreational fishery industry in British Columbia reached its quota early in the year, they had to close for the season just with 36 hours notice from the government. This meant that fishing charters were either out of business for the rest of the year or forced to lease quotas from the commercial fishery. Either way, this cost the fish tourism business a lot of money. What will happen when the government suddenly decides to make a region without consultation a designated area and enforce a 5-year ban on fishing in the area? These companies that rely on sport fishing and tourism will be completely out of business. Forget closing early or having to lease quotas. They won't even be able to leave the docks for 5 years. Where is the compensation for this lost income? I can tell you it's not in this bill, Madam Chair. Mr. McDonald's family's livelihood depends on the region's bounty of lobster and crab and other species. He calls the proposed MPAs a human exclusion zone. He said they're trying to eliminate humans as if that a form of conservation. True ocean health within the part that humans have control will involve greater human time and investment, not absence. The Liberal plan to protect 10% of marine and coastal areas by 2020 will undoubtedly result in inadequate consultation and large areas from coast to coast to coast being closed to commercial and recreational activities. I am not opposed to the creation of MPAs. In fact, our Conservative Party has championed conservation and marine protected areas in the past. Our previous government focused on building on existing international markets and introducing new ones, while making significant investments in areas like marine research, harbour infrastructure, lobster sustainability, aquaculture, innovation, and Indigenous participation. Now, rather than consulting the communities that will be most impacted, the Liberal government's plan on MPAs, the Minister has chosen to fast-track this process in order to meet these self-imposed political targets. There must be a balance between the protection of marine habitat and the protection of local economies that depends on commercial and recreational fishing must be struck. This cannot be achieved without extensive consultation and concerted effort to prioritize the needs of local communities. I challenge the government to answer why it is abandoning consultation and transparency. This bill has the potential to do a lot of damage to local fisheries and is not an example of the economy and the environment going hand in hand, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable gentleman didn't sit on the Fisheries Committee, so there may be a few points of enlightenment, not the least of which is that most of the activities going on in area designated as an interim marine protected area would be allowed to continue to go on. So, in fact, the people who fish, make a living in that area would not be deprived. They talk about consultation, and we saw a glaring example of the lack of a consultation, not by the previous government, but by a government many steps down the line on July 2nd, 1992, when John Crosbie closed the cod fishery. Why did he do that without consultation? Because it had collapsed. Because steps hadn't been taken in advance to prevent that kind of collapse. So I would ask the honourable gentleman, is it better to come in at least with an interim safety measure using the precautionary principle and avoid what John Crosbie had to do in 1992?
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I believe what the Liberal government is attempting to accomplish is a follow-up of the Taking Action Today, Establishing Protected Areas in Canada's Future. This is a report done by the Environment Committee and Sustainable Development. And if you look in there, and I go right to this page over here, Madam Chair, CPAWS appeared before the committee and talked about putting 50% of Canada's landmass in protected spaces and wanted to increase the coastal protected areas. And if you look on a chart in here, Madam Chair, it pretty well surrounds all of our coastal waters. And I believe what we're seeing here is a government who's reacting to trying to make a 10% limit within the next year, as they promised to the public, and they are not doing it with proper and respectful consultation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I got up a little bit earlier and asked a previous speaker a question, but we did have a project in my area when our government was in power. It was to do with leasing pasture land, and Environment Canada was very cooperative with us. The deputy minister came out, chief of staff came out, sat down with the local community. There was a local community group that was set up in order to handle this. The government had left the impression that they would be directing research funding through that area, kind of a pilot project, and the local people would have a lot of say over how that money might be distributed, the research that might be done, and they gave credit to local people for having knowledge about how to manage that area. That's changed. Now we see a situation where the local people are threatened, where they're intimidated, where they're condescended to, and the attitude seems to be that Environment Canada knows most everything. And I don't know that that attitude came from the Environment Canada people themselves as much as it did from this government. So as this member's talking about this legislation, tell us a little bit about whether you think this is going to make it easier for local communities to work with the government and with Environment Canada, or make it much more difficult. We did have a good relationship in my part of the world. That seems to have gone out the window, and I wonder what he sees happening along the fisheries and oceans with this bill.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank the honourable member for that question from Grasslands. You know, without proper consultation, working with the Indigenous people of the area, with the local ranchers, and dealing with agricultural leases for rangeland and stuff like that, it has to be done. We need to work with the local ranchers. We need to work with the local counties, with the local Indigenous groups, and plan ahead. What was said, and I'm going to refer back to my favorite report here because I sat on that committee, Madam Chair, is taking action today and establishing protected areas for Canada's future. You know, we'd have the environmental groups come in and tell us that they wanted to protect all this land. And then we'd have the environment, not the environment, but the natives from northern Canada, from the Northwest areas, the Inuit, come in and say, whoa, whoa, slow down. We want to be involved in the consultation. We want to talk about what's best for the land that we live on. We want to know how we're going to protect the economy for our future, but also protect the environment. And I think that's what it's about. And this is fast-tracking. And Bill C-55 is fast-tracking, putting these protected areas in immediately, and then do the consulting after or the negotiating after. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last year, I had the fortune to work with the Standing Committee on the Environment and Climate Change during their study of protected areas across Canada. I should mention, if there's time, Madam Speaker, I will be sharing it with my colleague from South Okanagan, West Kootenay. Our committee heard from 81 witnesses and received briefs from another 27 individuals and organizations. We also traveled to areas where national parks and marine protected areas are already in place, including the West Coast, to meet with communities affected by these areas. The outcome of that study was the committee's 5th report, titled Taking Action Today, Establishing Protected Areas for Canada's Future, which was presented to the House just a year and 1 day ago, actually, on March 24th, 2017. So I'd like to speak today about Bill C-55, legislation which expands the power of the Ministry of Fisheries to speed up the creation of new protected areas, in the context of what our committee saw and heard and the recommendations we made in our report. The purpose of this particular bill, of course, is to expand the power of the minister to speed up the creation of new marine protected areas by making amendments to the Oceans Act and the Petroleum Resources Act. It increases ministerial powers to terminate private resource interests in MPAs and creates stronger penalties for those found violating the rules of MPAs. It does not, however, define minimum protection standards for marine protected areas or legislate timelines or targets. Thus, the new powers will not have the teeth necessary to protect ocean biodiversity. So the bill provides some new legal tools to speed up the creation of it, but falls far short of Canada's international commitments to protect our marine biodiversity. It fails to set minimum protection standards and targets for zoning in marine protected areas, which renders the designation inconsistent at best. It gives the minister far too much latitude to decide what activities are permissible in an MPA. So if oil and gas exploration can take place in an MPA, what's the point of the designation? As many parliamentarians know, Canada has fallen far behind in meeting our international commitments to preserve important wild areas across our country. In our Environment Committee's 2017 report, it states that Canada committed to a set of 20 targets known as the Aichi targets established under the Convention on Biological Diversity. Target 11 commits parties to an aspirational goal of protecting at least 17% of terrestrial and inland waters and 10% of coastal waters by 2020. As of today, we have protected only 10.57% of terrestrial areas and 1.5% of marine areas, 3.5% once Lancaster Sound MPA is approved, which is a far cry from the targets we have set for 2020. So C-55 does introduce a framework that can improve the number of marine protected areas in Canada, and that's good. But our committee, the Environment Committee, heard that quality is just as important as quantity. The World Wildlife Fund told the committee, and I quote, "While MPAs are important, we must not simply designate vast expanses of the ocean that are not at risk from human use or that provide unproven or questionable ecological benefits at the expense of developing proper MPA networks. Canada's progress on MPA networks has to go further than developing a collection of sites without meaningful consideration of how they connect and complement each other, and without including representative coastal and offshore sites within all three oceans." Rising from her testimony and the testimony of other witnesses, the committee recommended that the Government of Canada focus the expansion of protected areas not only on the quantity to meet the targets, but also to protect terrestrial and marine areas with the highest ecological value in the country. So even more important to the issue of quality over quantity is the question of what uses may take place in a marine protected area. Bill C-55 fails to restrict the activities within MPAs, nor does it provide minimum protection standards. The rules are inconsistent and broadly permissive, allowing, for example, environmentally damaging bottom trawling and allowing oil and gas exploration within MPAs. Quotes from two key witnesses that attended the Fisheries Committee discussion on this matter said, "The law is currently very inconsistent. As you've heard and will probably continue to hear, people are astonished to learn that oil and gas exploration, undersea mining, and damaging fish activities are all possible in the tiny fraction of the sea that we call marine protected areas. That's why an unprecedented 70,000 Canadians, members of the public, spoke out about one of the proposed new MPAs, the Laurentian Channel, and said that we need to keep harmful activities out of these areas." And that was from Linda Nolan of the West Coast Environmental Law. Another quote was from the David Suzuki Foundation. "I think the other area of the Act that needs strengthening is the area of Indigenous protected areas. Many Indigenous peoples have a long-standing interest in conserving resources and protecting areas of their traditional territory, and there's an opportunity to enable the government to accommodate Indigenous protected areas which are determined, managed, and governed by Indigenous people. This amendment would not only facilitate additional conservation of natural resources, but would take Canada further down the path of reconciliation with Indigenous communities." The International Union for Conservation of Nature, or IUCN, has stated that in a marine protected area, you need a clearly defined geographical space, recognized, dedicated, and managed through legal or other effective means to achieve the long-term conservation of nature with associated ecosystem values and cultural values. They go on to name the essential characteristics that a marine protected area needs to have, including being nature conservation focused, having defined goals and objectives, having defined boundaries, be a suitable size, location, and design, having a management plan, and of course the resources and the capacity to implement. They also specify, and I quote, any environmentally damaging industrial activities and infrastructural developments with the associated ecological impacts and effects are not compatible with MPAs.
Unfortunately, the time is up. It being 5:45 p.m., pursuant to order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the third reading stage of the bill now before the House. The question is as follows. Monsieur Leblanc, appuyé par Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Leblanc, seconded by Mr. Duclos, moved that Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, be now read a third time and do pass.
Mr. Cock. Okay. Mr. Calkins, seconded by Mr. Shields, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word that and substituting the following. Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, be now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans for the purpose of reconsidering all of the clauses. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? Que tous ceux qui appuient l'amendement.
All those in favor of the amendment will please say yay.
Que tous ceux qui s'y opposent veulent bien.
All those opposed will please say nay.
À mon avis, les noms l'emportent.
In my opinion, the nays have it.
C'est moi qui j'arrête de lire ça. Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. Mr. LeBlanc, seconded by Mr. Duclos, moved that Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, be now read a third time and do pass.
Seconded by Mr. Shields, move the following amendment. That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after that and substituting the following. Bill C-55, excuse me, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act be not now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans for the purpose of reconsidering all of the clauses. The question is on the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment, please rise.
Mr. Scheer. Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney-Bellechasse, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney-Bellechasse, Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abou Taif.
Mr. Abou Taif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yodega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloyd Minster.
Mrs. Falk, Batterford, Lloyd Minster.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Collie Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Soki.
Mr. Hohe.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Brani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pascasilido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alaslev.
Mr. Alaslev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sandagari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruce.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeNoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Bittle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Al-Khoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Ms. Hutchings.
Miss Hutchings.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matin, Metapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Maskey, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Ing.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. HoC.
Mr. HoC.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Bouliris.
Mr. Bouliris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung. Yeas pour 86, 86. Nays contre 208, 208.
Declare the amendment. The prochaine mise aux voix.
The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Mr. Leblanc, seconded by Mr. Duclos, moved that Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsat.
Ms. Monsat.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Toko North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Caesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-est, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Alislav.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Bittle.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Puri.
Mr. Alcouri.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu. Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Mastery, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Madame Brosso.
Madame Brosso.
Ms. Matheson.
Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Ms. May, Sandwich Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Ms. Finley.
Miss Finley.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Miss Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gledoux.
Miss Gledoux.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generous.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Generous.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Castren.
Mr. Van Castren.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Miss Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Yeas pour 208, 208. Nays contre 86, 86.
I declare the motion carried.
This bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
It being 6:35, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, commencement of debate at report stage of Bill C-354 regarding an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services use of wood, standing in the name of Mr. Cannings.
Order. I would encourage colleagues who are engaged in conversations to take those into the lobbies or elsewhere this evening. And I'd ask for assistance to members by saying shh. Thank colleagues. There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. Canning, seconded by Mr. Stetsky, moves that Bill C-354, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, use of wood, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Now. Why not? Mr. Canning, seconded by Mr. Stetsky, moves that Bill C-354, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, use of wood, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise again with some pride, I think, to speak to my Bill C-354. But I'd first like to thank the members of the Natural Resources Standing Committee for their cooperation in the review of this bill. You know, I must say that I've seen how a lot of committees work in this place. I've sat in on quite a number of them, and of all of them, the Natural Resources Committee seems to get the job done with good humor and respect, and I thank the chair and the members for that atmosphere of collegiality. I'd also like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for Natural Resources and the Parliamentary Secretary for Public Works and Government Services, who worked with me in good faith on this file, and I trust that support will continue as this bill continues through Parliament to become law. Just start with a little refresher on what this bill is all about. As you heard, its full title is an act to amend the Public Works and Government Services Act, the use of wood. And as that title suggests, it deals with the use of wood in government infrastructure projects. And at its heart, it is meant to promote the use of wood in those projects, much as the British Columbia Wood First Act and the Quebec Charte du Bois both do. So this bill amends the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, specifically adding a clause after clause 7.1, the clause that sets out some of the minister's powers and responsibilities. And after careful study at the Natural Resources Committee, the additional clause specified in Bill C-354 was amended to read as follows. In developing requirements with respect to the construction, maintenance, or repair of public works, federal real property, or federal immovables, the minister shall consider any reduction in greenhouse gas emissions and any other environmental benefit, and may allow the use of wood or any other thing, including a material, product, or sustainable resource that achieves such benefits. Now, this amendment effectively deals with many of the concerns some had with the first version of the bill around exposure to foreign trade actions and to concerns that the bill picked winners and losers, favoring wood over other materials such as concrete and steel. I personally didn't believe the first version of the bill had those concerns, but I'm happy that this amendment has effectively dealt with that. So I'd like to turn now to some of the testimony we heard in committee about this bill. And I'll start with comments from the forest industry. The first one I'll go to is comments from Derek Nyber, who's with the Forest Products Association of Canada. And Mr. Nyber, before committee, stated in part, "We support fully and expect that thorough life cycle assessments will and should rule the day when it comes to the evaluation of materials in procurement decision-making. I think the profile he's given about ensuring that wood is thought about early in the process, to us, is the spirit of the bill, and that's why we would support it." Michael Giroux of the Canadian Wood Council, in discussions around national building codes and public works purchasing practices, said, and I quote, "At the end, the solution is to update those practices to make them product neutral and greenhouse gas savvy. Or as Bill C-354 suggests, to force public works through an act or policy to consider wood use with that carbon metric. In this way, the federal government can catch up to BC's Wood First Act or Quebec's Charte du Bois." Mr. Giroux goes on saying, "Often it is asked whether Bill C-354 picks sides. Really, this is a Public Works Real Properties Act or policy, and in the end, should wood not be treated or considered equally? It is a structural material much like concrete or steel, and should be considered equally. The spirit of this bill causes that to happen. Our experience with the private sector is that builders love a third choice. If nothing else, it forces everybody to sharpen their pencils and get better value for your investments. That's a terrific acknowledgement right there." End quote. So, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, one of the models for this bill is the BC Wood First Act. And in committee, I asked Michael Lozeth, who's the president of Forestry Innovation Investment Limited, about how that piece of legislation has changed the use of wood in British Columbia. And he said in part, "In my experience in British Columbia, there were a number of unintended impediments that we identified after the Wood First Act was put into place, and I can give you an example. The Ministry of Education started to look at what building products were being used in BC schools. They found there was a lot of concrete and brick and steel and such. So they started to ask the question, why aren't we seeing more wood buildings? Building codes allow for the vast majority of school types and the size and shape and what have you, but it wasn't happening. It wasn't until the ministry was forced to go back and really started to peel it back that they identified that their costing models and the project planning systems that they had with the individual school districts were all developed and based on building a concrete school." And I'll just stop the quote there and say in parentheses, one of my old schools that I went to in Penticton when I was a kid, Princess Margaret Junior High, was torn down and rebuilt recently, and it is a concrete, very brutal concrete building. And I can see where that might have come from. So just to get back to what Mr. Lozeth was saying, he says, when those school districts went through the process and provided all the required information back to the Ministry of Education, of course, more often than not, they fell back to concrete buildings, which was how the system had all been designed and set up. It wasn't until they started to change that and opened it up to be far more product agnostic and to look at wood to see where wood was being unnecessarily excluded from the process that it changed. Now we're starting to see a far better balance. Not every school in British Columbia is 100% built with wood, but there are more that are being built with wood, and those unintended impediments that existed in the system are being dealt with. Now I'll go on to the Quebec experience with the Charte du Bois, and Monsieur Gérald Beaulieu from the Quebec Forest Industry Council spoke about the benefits that have flowed from that policy. And this is some of Monsieur Beaulieu's testimony. The Wood Charter states that in every project financed by public funds, the project manager must consider the possibility of using wood. It does not say that wood must be used, but it must be considered as a building material. And a few days ago, Minister Blanchette confirmed that more than 54% of the 188 projects identified had incorporated wood in the final design. The provisions in this bill foresee the implementation of life cycle into procurement policies, and that is analyses that considers the environmental costs of different materials throughout the entire process. So for wood materials, you would consider, for instance, the carbon footprint through harvesting, transportation, construction, and the carbon storage in the built infrastructure. These life cycle analyses are already done in many situations around the world, and Athena Sustainable Materials Institute is one of the agencies that work on those analyses. And Jennifer O'Connor, president of that company, testified as follows. You'd want to be sure you had a robust, fair, and transparent system for doing the accounting with stakeholder buy-in for credibility and acceptance. The point I'd like to make is that all materials have impact. They're all critical to construction. What is more interesting to us is how we encourage improvements across all those sectors so that overall we have an improvement and a reduction in environmental impacts. The focus would be on what is the performance target, and when we have performance-based objectives, we set the target and we allow ourselves to find our own way there, end quote. So the target in the case of this bill, Madam Speaker, would be the considerations for greenhouse gas emissions and other environmental benefits. Adam Maurer of the Cement Association of Canada stated that the Canadian cement industry unequivocally supports the notion that federal procurement of infrastructure, whether direct or indirect through investment transfers to other levels of government, can and should influence construction markets toward low carbon and climate resilient design. We also agree with, and in fact have consistently championed, the use of life cycle tools as the best tools, although not yet perfected, for advancing sustainability in the built environment. End quote. Now, there are persistent concerns about fire safety when people talk about large wood buildings. But we heard evidence from the National Research Council and others that these concerns are unfounded. NRC has tested fire performance in mass timber buildings and found that in these structures can remain sound for hours and are as safe or safer in that regard than traditional concrete and steel buildings. The walls char quickly in a fire and then the fire self-extinguishes. The structure remains sound for 3 hours or more, and there's no appreciable smoke in stairwells, and therefore there is more than adequate time not only to exit the building, but for fire crews to fight the fire from within. So I'll conclude, Madam Speaker, by saying that I continue to visit mills and plants that use wood from our forests. And I recently visited the Structurlam plant in Okanagan Falls once again to hear their plans for expansion. And Structurlam, as many of you have heard if you've ever listened to me speak about this bill or other things, Structurlam is one of the leading companies in North America on the production and design of engineered wood buildings using glulam beams and cross-laminated timbers. And so they're a real leader in this field in North America, and it's one of the reasons I brought forward this bill to champion the leading Canadian companies in North America. Another example of it would be Chantier Chibougamau in Quebec, which do a lot of the same sort of production. And these companies would allow the forest industry to develop another market for their lumber products. Structure-LAM is considering an expansion. We would have more jobs, create more good jobs, well-paying jobs in Canada. And again, as Monsieur Beaulieu testified, a cubic meter of wood in a plant's yard is worth about $69. But when it's converted into structural products installed in a building, such as cross-laminated timber, it's worth more than $2,000. Our forest sector is facing some challenges, and this is a positive way we can help that sector. A new market could offset losses from protectionist tariffs in the United States, and the value-added mills would ensure that we'd create more jobs with a wood supply that is becoming more constrained under the stresses of climate change. So, Madam Speaker, I think that Bill C-354 is a win-win-win for Canada, giving us beautiful infrastructure that fights climate change while supporting the forest industry, one of the natural resource sectors that has been at the heart of Canadian prosperity for more than 150 years. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague and say on behalf of the committee what a pleasure it is to work with him, and his passion around the natural resources sector and wood particularly is just it's just a distinct pleasure to support him. I want to talk about a couple of things and maybe ask if he could expand. Certainly the Brock Commons in his home province of British Columbia is another outstanding example of wood construction. And the member actually took me on a tour of Structure-LAM in the summer, and I had the opportunity to talk to the workers and talk to the owner. And one of the things that struck me is that Canada is becoming such a leader in cross-laminate timber, CLT, and what those opportunities are like on the international market in terms of Canadians' know-how in architecture and building, and what that means to companies in British Columbia. Thank you.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her remarks. You know, I'm passionate about this because I think we are really at the cusp of a revolution in building design and construction in the world, and Canada is at the forefront. The Europeans are doing it, Canadian companies are doing it, the Americans are behind, they're far behind, so we have this opportunity, and that's one of the reasons I brought forward this bill. There's so many things to talk about in terms of why it is a good way of producing buildings. They are constructed much faster. They're more airtight. You can build them to very narrow specifications. The most airtight, energy-efficient buildings in the world are constructed with engineered wood. So they are cost-efficient, and again, they're beautiful, and they also have this quality that because they're made of wood, they are storing carbon that has been sequestered by the trees in the growing forest, and so they can act to reduce our carbon footprint. And we are really leading the way in North America, and I hope this will continue.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Speaker, a few years ago I tabled a motion to have a national strategy on forestry, and I would like to know if my colleague think that having a national strategy on forestry could help to complete his bill and bring other focus that could not be included in his bill, and could help the forestry industry that is currently having a hard time.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. I think a national forestry strategy would be a good idea. As I said, the industry is undergoing challenges now, or transformation. The forests themselves are under threats from climate change, forest fires, insect pests. So we have to plan ahead. These forests take centuries to grow, and so we have to plan ahead to know what kind of forest we have. And as I said, we are going to have challenges with the wood supply, the fiber supply, because of those things. And that's why I think value-added propositions such as engineered wood really will help us get more value from the forests. But we have to take advantage of that now, and I think a national strategy would be a good way to start that long-term planning for the future.
We have time for a brief question. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for it's Lakeshore. Sorry about that. Etobicoke Lakeshore, and very brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his kind remarks about our committee, but more so to him personally, because the reason our committee is so effective is because of people like him. This member brings passion, commitment to the committee, and it rubs off on all of us, frankly. So thank you for that. He spoke briefly a moment ago about the revolution that's starting on wood. I personally know more about wood now than I did before. Perhaps he could tell me if, in his view, will this have a greater impact on the construction industry at large?
Brief answer from the member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, yes, and thank you again for the kind remarks. Yes, I think this will change the construction industry dramatically. We'll be seeing more and more buildings manufactured in plants, inside, in parts, and then those parts move to the site, put up very quickly. So buildings will be constructed much more rapidly and in much better way.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honoured to help close this debate on Bill C-354, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, use of wood. And I also want to thank the member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, for putting forward this legislation. When I joined the Natural Resources Committee just after Christmas, we were in the midst of a study on wood. And of course, it was a well-timed then for his bill to come forward. Madam Speaker, let me be clear. The Government of Canada fully agrees with the spirit and intent of his proposed legislation. The proposed legislation aligns well with the government's goals of supporting the Canadian forest industry, as well as reducing greenhouse gas emissions. However, these goals must be balanced with the government's commitment to a fair, open, and transparent procurement process for all suppliers. I believe that the amendment to this bill that was passed by the Standing Committee on Natural Resources achieves the balance that we seek. And that is why, Madam Speaker, I am encouraging all members to support the bill with our amendment. Madam Speaker, let me take this opportunity to explain a little further.
In the course of debate at second reading, we had the opportunity to underscore the importance of the forestry industry in Canada. Our forestry industry has contributed to Canada's development, and still today its contribution is significant. This industry generated $22 billion in GDP. It has a significant impact on over 170 municipalities in rural areas where sawmills and pulp and paper factories and other sectors of forestry are an important part of the economy. The forestry industry employs over 200,000 Canadians, representing 9,000 jobs in Indigenous communities, and that makes this one of the main employers of Indigenous Canadians. And that's why initiatives to support the forestry industry in Canada, like Bill C-354, deserve our full attention.
The bill, as originally presented by the member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, would contradict certain long-standing Government of Canada principles, policies, and obligations, and lead to perhaps some unintended consequences. As a point of reference, the proposed bill had stated that the minister shall give preference to projects that promote the use of wood, taking into account the associated costs and reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. Madam Speaker, the government is committed to fairness, openness, and transparency in the procurement process. These fundamental values in the policies of procurement services and public services and procurement Canada can't be deviated from. Although Canadians expect their government to support a sector as important as forestry, they also expect the government to adhere to the basic principle of fairness in its procurement.
According to the interpretation and the application, the law would run against Canada's obligations. For example, NAFTA. This cannot be taken lightly, especially in the case of a sector that depends heavily on access to markets such as that in the United States.
Natural Resources reviewed the bill, and I would like to thank my fellow members of that committee, as well as the Parliamentary Secretary, for the careful review of the proposed legislation. In fact, Madam Speaker, we heard from many of the same considerations that I've just reiterated. I'm delighted that my colleague, the member from Markham Thornhill, who sits with me on the committee, proposed the following amendment, so that the legislation would read, in developing requirements with respect to the construction, maintenance, or repair of public works, federal real property, or federal immovables, the minister shall consider any reductions of greenhouse gas emissions and any other environmental benefits that may allow the use of wood, or any other thing, including a material, product, or substance, sustainable resource that achieves such benefits. Ultimately, the committee accepted this amendment and referred it back to this House. I believe that the amendment is very important and will help make this legislation more effective and ensure that our shared goal of supporting Canada's forest industry is on a sound footing. Madam Speaker, our discussion on Bill C-354 today also provides us the opportunity to reflect on steps the government is taking to help the forestry sector to embrace innovation and continue to be a vital part of our communities and our economy. For
example, the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change is the result of federal, provincial, and territorial collaboration to encourage a greater use of wood in construction. Building codes will be updated.
Part by working that is underway to investigate the updating of the National Building Code of Canada. Currently, Natural Resources Canada and the National Research Council are conducting innovative research and development with the goal of updating our National Building Code to allow wood buildings up to 12 stories. Moreover, wood and wood products are important contributors to the Government of Canada's infrastructure needs. Public Services and Procurement Canada policy requires contractors to propose materials that meet the needs of a project, including sustainability and performance criteria, and that conform to the National Building Code of Canada. In fact, Public Services and Procurement Canada alone is spending approximately $160 million a year on average for office fit-ups and interior finishes, of which approximately 15% is directly related to the use of wood products. Madam Speaker, I would also like to highlight the important work of Public Services and Procurement Canada in supporting the government's commitment to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The department is making government operations more sustainable through green building practices, including the sustainable use of materials, the move towards optimizing our space usage, and lowering energy consumption of our federal buildings. Madam Speaker, did you know that buildings are a significant source of greenhouse gases and contribute 23% of Canada's overall greenhouse gas emissions? As we know, the government is committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions from federal buildings and fleets by 80% below 2005 levels by 2050. As providers of accommodation to the Government of Canada, Public Services and Procurement Canada is in a unique position to redirect significant and to have a direct and significant impact on the greening of government operations. It is the first federal department to complete a national carbon-neutral portfolio plan that takes into account all real property-related greenhouse gas emissions and energy initiatives that the government is undertaking to reduce greenhouse gases. À titre d'exemple, citons l'investissement.
As an example, there's the Energy Services Acquisition Program, which modernizes heating and cooling systems by modernizing 80 buildings in Ottawa. That includes many buildings on Parliament Hill and in the surrounding area. Before making this effort, there's also, in order to further enhance this effort, there's the use of wood chips. And use it as insulation, which can be extended to other buildings. Along the same lines, Public Services and Procurement Canada continues to use a holistic, integrated approach when it comes to program design and construction, including the use of various sustainable materials such as wood, while taking into account environmental factors as well as socioeconomic ones.
Is meet sustainable performance standards such as leadership in energy and environmental design, commonly referred to as LEED, and Green Globes. These performance standards encourage the use of products and materials for which life cycle information is available and that have environmentally, economically, and socially preferable life cycle impacts. Projects involving Government of Canada buildings in Quebec City and Yellowknife are the latest ones to meet those standards. In closing, Madam Speaker, Public Services and Procurement Canada will continue to lead the way in embedding environmental considerations and specifically greenhouse gas reductions into the design and approval stages of its proposed projects. Bill C-354, as amended, will also support our efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and support our forestry sector, while at the same time support our commitment to an open, fair, and transparent procurement process. In short, the Government of Canada is committed to leaving greenhouse to future generations of Canadians a sustainable and prosperous country. I would encourage all my colleagues to support this initiative. I would also like to thank the member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, for his work in helping to craft important amendments to his original legislation that both preserve the original spirit and help further our government's plan to help support the forestry sector while at the same time reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I'm delighted to participate in tonight's debate. This is an interesting bill, which intends to grant preference to the wood industry during construction or federal government projects. I can only salute the initiative of my New Democratic colleague, who is tabling a bill that makes good sense and has good intentions. However, from our point of view, unfortunately, there's a risk of favoring one industry over another. And we prefer the open market rather than to favor one type of resource over others. Not so long ago, 7 or 8 years ago, Quebec City had a debate on inaugurating the construction of a new amphitheater, the Videotron Centre. It presents the games of the Rempart team from Quebec and is also waiting the return of its national hockey team. There was a great debate in Quebec at the time. Would they build the amphitheater with wood or conventional materials? Madam Speaker, as I said earlier, there's a lot of good intentions to say that as Canada's a wood-producing country and has significant impact on the country, and the better it goes, everything's going well with our exports, the types of wood, the quality of wood. Would it be worthwhile for this new amphitheater be used to demonstrate that we are capable of building large buildings with wood? However, we quickly realized that not only did this increase costs, but risks and delays. It had to be admitted that this was set aside. And I remember Monsieur Dutil, the head of a major corporation in Quebec. He's a member that I know well. His spirit of entrepreneurship, which characterizes both and the free market, was such that Mr. Dutil publicly said, "It's not true that the 125 members of the National Assembly know how to build buildings. Leave the job to us. You do yours, we'll do ours." And that is why, at the time, it was decided, at least in my case, to let the free market have its say. However, this does not mean we're against the wood industry. The City of Quebec, about 10 years ago, built in my riding on Lormière Boulevard a stadium which was very innovative. I go regularly to see various activities from local riding organizations, and it is made of wood. It's fantastic and inspiring and a good thing. They did it because they needed to do it. The free market had its say in order to choose what was, from our point of view, in that case, the right choice. And wood was the right choice. We cannot favor it more than any other. In this case, we'll use wood. In another case, maybe it'll be steel. Elsewhere, it might be concrete. Elsewhere, it might be aluminum or other materials like bricks or glass. Let us allow the free market to decide, because if we impose a choice, there might be legal challenges, legal and financial challenges, and it must be admitted that the concrete industry, aluminum, brick, and steel industries, well, they might contest this position, and we won't be any further ahead. We believe that, yes, there's possibilities of expanding the use of wood. That is why, in 2013, when we were governing, under the leadership of Mr. Denis Lebel, who was here for 10 years and who cared about the development of the forestry industry, well, our government implemented the Market Development Program, which was intended to develop markets, but also investments for businesses that work in the sector to have better environmental practices, to have access to new innovative markets, and be more competitive in the face of our partner and main competitor, which is the United States. About 2 months ago, I had the pleasure of going to the riding of Chicoutimi-le-Fjord. I will remind this assembly that, unfortunately, for nearly 6 months now, people in Chicoutimi-le-Fjord don't have a member here in this House. The Prime Minister needs to hold a by-election. I'll remind this House that our government had an excellent candidate, Mr. Charles Martel. That candidate is on the ground, is there for the people of the riding. He has been there since last December. And we are looking forward to allowing the people in Chicoutimi-le-Fjord to elect their MP. In any case, I went to that particular riding, and in a village, which is perhaps not well known by everyone, which attracted world attention since then, because Samuel Girard won a gold medal. It is the village of Fernand-Boileau, a village of 600 people. Why am I talking about this village? It's because there is a forestry cooperative which develops wood and uses wood and sells it throughout North America, but innovated by creating new products by distilling wood oils. I bought some of their products. It's always nice as an MP to have gifts that encourage a local economy. And it smells lovely. Why? Because I took their product. It's from an oil distillery. You spray it and it smells nice, as though you were in a forest. All that to say that, yes, indeed, we do promote the wood industry, but we're also in favor of the free market, and we are capable of finding new opportunities, innovative products, and to perhaps uncover sectors that are not well known, because that's what innovation is about. If we go forward with this bill, not only, as I said earlier, will there be legal challenges, but it will put people in other sectors of the construction industry in a bad mood. Why favor this over that? And the question is entirely legitimate. Whether it be steel, aluminum, concrete, brick, or glass, they will not be pleased. That is why, Madam Speaker, I know my colleagues may be disappointed, I don't doubt it, but that's part of democratic debate. We will not support this bill. We consider that, yes, the idea is not a bad one, but it will cause problems, and so we cannot support it. Ultimately, let the market make the choices. I am confident that the Canadian wood industry, because it is strong, competent, and led by business people who know how to count, know how to manage, and can promote their products without necessarily having direct government help, without necessarily benefiting from a favorable prejudice, without necessarily benefiting, without being too severe, from a kind of right to jump the queue. Let's have faith in the open market. I think the Canadian wood industry will be able to do well as it has done, and it will manage without needing help from anyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. While starting my speech, I would like to say just how surprised I am by the comments of my colleague for Louis Saint Laurent. The comments that he made applied to the second reading of the bill. The bill has since been amended, and the amendment solves the problems that he raises in his speech. And so I'm somewhat surprised because I know that he rigorously studies bills. He studies them completely and adequately, and I'm surprised that he has not understood the nature of the amendments present in the bill. Let me begin at the beginning in order to understand what has happened with this bill. When the bill was tabled at second reading, the intention was a preferential approach to prefer wood in federal construction products and buildings. It went through committee, experts testified. They were able to explain in simple terms that it's not necessary to grant preference to wood. It's not necessary to grant it priority over other materials. Often, we don't even think of using wood. What the industry often says is that we don't need preferential treatment. What we want is just to be considered. And that's what led to the amendment. It must be understood that, for example, when architects are trained, they don't even get any training on how to use wood. Or perhaps they get a few hours on it throughout the entire educational experience. That's why often wood is not considered. We don't even get to the step, what if we built it out of wood? What would be the advantages? What the amendment does is we're going to ask ourselves the question. We have a building to build. We have different materials. What would be the advantages at an environmental level of using materials other than those that are more conventional? And we see that there's an advantage to using wood in some cases, and that's what we would opt for. In the facts, there's no preferential treatment. It's still the free market. Every industry can demonstrate the advantages of using its materials. But what's going on and what the industry is telling us is they just want to be considered. And that will allow them to win without preferential treatment because they know that their product represents extraordinary advantages when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions and to carbon capture, as well as other positive impacts for Canadian industry and for construction. We went through the first iteration of the bill, a preferential approach, to a comparative approach, in which markets are still free. We're not forcing anything. We're just saying that we will consider the impact it could have on the environment. We will think about it. I think the essential aspect to understand when it comes to where the bill started and where it is now, if we could just analyze what wood can bring, then we'll take into account those advantages. And I'm glad that I saw it in my riding, where the community of Long Point First Nation didn't have a school for a long time. It was quite sad. The children were in a school that had been closed by the school board in the neighboring village. The school was really in bad shape. There was mold. They had spent years in a classroom that was set up in the gym where there were no windows. It had a serious impact on children's morale. And finally get a new school. And the new school was built by an architect who really had an incredible vision. It's in the shape of a beehive. Hexagonal shapes make up the school. And it is built entirely of wood. It's extraordinary. The children are now in an educational environment that motivates them. It's not the same atmosphere at all, and it demonstrates just how we can build lovely buildings out of wood. If there are people who have the opportunity one day to go for a long car ride, because it is far, but if you have the chance one day to see that school, it's superb, and it demonstrates just how we can use wood effectively. I think that a bill like this one, which was presented, especially in its current version, the amendment was tabled by the Liberal Party. I know that they've worked in cooperation with my colleague in order to find an amendment that everyone could appreciate. And the work was done collaboratively at committee to succeed in creating a version of the bill that was suitable for everyone, especially its current iteration. It's an excellent bill that corresponds to the needs and the requests of the industry. It's reasonable and could have a real impact on the forestry sector, but as well on the environment because of the environmental advantages of using wood. Because even though we don't build buildings to destroy them, when it comes time to demolish a building, when it's built out of wood, the environmental impacts are greatly reduced and leads to fewer impacts on the environment and the local community and local fauna.
So I think that the use of wood is a good solution for the future, and it allows us to build large buildings quickly and efficiently. Building techniques have greatly improved when it comes to wood buildings, and there have been good changes that make it easier to build buildings that are made of wood and that are over 6 stories high, including buildings in my riding. These wood buildings really are good projects, and I think that we can be proud of building with wood more than we do. Now, the forestry industry has suffered some problems in recent years. In the last Parliament, I tabled a motion to have a national strategy on forestry, a motion which I then re-tabled more recently, because I think it's still a very relevant issue. My colleague's measure is extremely important, but I think that if we really want to support the forestry industry, we will have to have a series of strategies. We'll need to sit down together with provincial, federal, and municipal levels, as well as industry and Indigenous communities to discuss this. I think that if we all sit down together, we'll be able to find a lot of sustainable solutions for the forestry industry. The industry has a lot to offer, but the problem is that if you don't realize the potential that the forestry industry has for the Canadian economy and for our various consumer products, well, then we might lose out because we didn't consider a particularly appealing option. Sometimes, if you just think of something, you realize that the solution was right there in front of you. But then if you don't think of it, and if nobody says, hey, why don't you look into this, then unfortunately, it never really moves forward. So I do hope that members will take my colleague's bill into consideration. I hope that the Conservatives will take the time to read the amendment and to understand its scope, because it really does change the bill. And I think it's time for them to change their way of talking about it following that update. Recently, I had the opportunity to meet with the Union of Municipalities of Quebec to talk about forestry. They have a lot of concerns about that, and I think that it would be important to support them. There's a huge labor shortage there, and we certainly need to do better by the industry. I invite my colleagues to vote for my colleague's bill. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, and before I announce the next speaker, I just want to remind him that I will be interrupting him. No? Oh, we're going a little bit later, so I'm sorry. I wasn't sure if we were going to have enough time, but looks like we might. The honourable member for Topic-Mactaquac.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to join the debate this evening on Bill C-354. An act whose spirit and intent are both commendable and easy to support. Indeed, the honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay has proposed legislation that reflects our government's own efforts to support and grow Canada's forest sector, efforts that not only acknowledge the forest industry's long-standing importance to the Canadian economy and local communities, but efforts that recognize its equally bright future. Madam Speaker, while Canada's forest sector has endured more than its fair share of challenges in recent times, from historic fires and devastating infestations to unwarranted duties and tariffs from our neighbours to the south, Canada's forest sector continues to reinvent and transform itself for this clean growth century. In fact, Canada's forest industry stands out today as one of the most innovative parts of our Canadian economy. The timing could not be better. Madam Speaker, the world is at a pivotal moment, a time when climate change is one of the greatest challenges our generation will face, and when investing in clean technology and innovation is the new imperative for a low-carbon economy. Canada's forest industry is central to this. The Minister of Natural Resources has even gone so far as to say that there is no global solution to climate change without the forest sector. And there's a very good reason for that. As well, as we all learned in high school, science classes, forests are our planet's lungs. They absorb vast amounts of carbon from the atmosphere and store it for decades, which makes the forest industry unique among our resource sectors and creates huge opportunities for wood and wood products, and for mostly rural and Indigenous communities that produce them. That's why the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change includes commitments from senior levels of government to promote the greater use of wood in construction projects, including $39.8 million in federal funding over 4 years to support these efforts. That's why we've also joined with our provincial and territorial partners to endorse a forest bioeconomy framework, a comprehensive approach we've moved quickly to implement as we seek to make Canada a global leader in the use of sustainable biomass to transform our economy. The challenges of changing climate also represent an unprecedented opportunity for the forest sector, and our government is doing its part. Some quick examples. Last fall, our government launched the Clean Growth Program with $155 million for clean growth technology, development, and demonstration projects. Importantly, one of the program's 5 priority areas is advanced materials and bioproducts. The Clean Growth Program will help to accelerate their adoption. Then there's the Green Construction Through Wood program that funds demonstration projects to increase the use of engineered wood in non-traditional construction projects, such as tall buildings, low-rise commercial buildings, and bridges. The program also supports the necessary research that will allow taller buildings as part of the next cycle of the National Building Code of Canada through collaboration with the National Research Council. This is critical because previous building code changes have already had an impact on the adoption of wood in construction. In fact, there are currently close to 500 mid-rise wood buildings across Canada that are either completed, under construction, or at the planning stage because of code changes nationally and provincially. This number is also expected to increase significantly in the coming years. As familiarity with the building code changes and grows, these efforts are the result of broad partnerships including forest sector research organizations, academia, industry associations such as the Canadian Wood Council, federal and provincial governments collectively, and municipalities. We have worked together on research, building codes, material development, education, and outreach to create awareness and knowledge on wood construction. Our government is supporting this move to wood through innovative projects across the country and around the world. At the University of British Columbia, for example, federal funding helped build a new 18-story student residence that now stands the tallest hybrid wood building in the world. The magnificent Brock Commons tallwood structure is not only an engineered and architectural showpiece, it is an environmental game changer, storing close to 1,600 metric tons of carbon dioxide and saving more than 1,000 metric tons in greenhouse gas emissions. That's the equivalent of removing 511 cars from the road each and every year. On the other side of the country, we supported the construction of the 13-story cross-laminated timber condominium building in Quebec City. The Origin project includes a 12-story mass timber structure on a concrete podium. And we've been taking Canadian ingenuity to the world. There's no better example of that than the new Sino-Canadian low-carbon eco-district in Tianjin, China. It's a $2.5 billion project showcase of Canadian know-how and Canadian lumber to create a sustainable community covering almost 2 square kilometers. The first phase of this eco-district features 100 wood-frame townhouses incorporating Canadian energy efficiency technologies, creating not just new markets but new demand for Canadian wood products. Once completed, the eco-district will serve as a demonstration of how green building materials and technologies can help China realize its goal of ensuring that 50% of new buildings meet green housing standards by 2020. The Minister of Natural Resources was in China last June to renew a memorandum of understanding to maintain the momentum this project has generated and enhance Canada's support for green building in China. As an example, as these examples illustrate, the forest sector can continue to play a central role in many of the most important issues of our time, leading environmental performance, driving clean growth and innovation, and advancing Indigenous partnerships, turning climate action into competitive advantage. I know that these were the motivations and goals behind Bill C-354. We should all support the member opposite's bill, at least in principle. We just can't put it in practice without some crucial amendments. As others have pointed out in this House, at the Standing Committee on Natural Resources, the bill, with the way it was previously worded, was problematic. It raised questions around fairness in procurement. It also had the potential of running contrary to Canada's trade obligations, both at home and abroad. While these concerns are important, they are not impossible to overcome. In fact, Madam Speaker, I believe that the amendment proposed by the member from Markham Thornhill and passed by the Committee on Natural Resources resolved this concern quite nicely. Let me remind the House of the wording of the amendment. I quote, "In developing requirements with respect to construction, maintenance or repair of public works, federal real property or federal movables, the Minister shall consider any reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and any other environmental benefits that may allow the use of wood or any other thing, including a material, product, or sustainable resource that achieves such benefits." Madam Speaker, this amendment will support the Canadian forest sector. It will support other sectors and suppliers. It will ensure fairness and openness and transparency in the federal procurement process. Frankly, Madam Speaker, the bill as amended will create good jobs, a stronger economy, and shared prosperity for generations to come. I encourage all members to support this bill as it has been amended. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and a special thanks to the honourable member for bringing this bill forward. I think he brought it forward with passion and vigour for the subject, and I think that he spoke vigorously about it in committee and convinced us all that this was a worthwhile venture and something that we should all be proud of as members of Parliament, and something that all Canadians can be proud of. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. Là, je vais laisser savoir.
Well, now I'll have to let the member know that I will have to cut her speech off at a certain point, but she'll be able to resume at the next point this subject is debated. So, resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Salaberry-Silroy. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very proud to be able to rise to support my colleague's bill, my colleague from British Columbia, Bill C-354. So straight off, I would just like to remind my colleague for Louis Hébert that I think he may have picked up the wrong version of the bill, or maybe the first version of the bill, which hadn't yet been amended in committee. That version talked about preferential treatment of wood, but that's no longer the case. We heard from experts in committee who said that the industry didn't need that approach, and that all was necessary was to consider using wood as a construction material, because that's something that is not current practice. So since that was amended in committee, we're no longer recommending the preferential approach, but rather the comparative approach. So the bill is quite simple and very short. And the summary says that the department would be able to take wood into consideration for public building projects. And essentially all it says is that in the consideration of the criteria for the construction of federal buildings, it should be considered what the environmental advantages would be, and the advantages of wood and other sustainable materials should be taken into consideration. So essentially this addresses the point that was raised by the Conservative member who spoke earlier. And perhaps that would allow him to revise his position. In recent years, the wood industry has suffered a number of challenges. There were workers from across the forestry sectors of Ontario, Quebec, and BC who told us that perhaps the government should consider integrating wood into buildings, particularly since there are new techniques that have been developed recently that allow wood to be used more easily. If you look at the carbon footprint, of course, everyone wants to lower our carbon footprint. And wood is a material that has a very low footprint compared to concrete or steel, for example. So this could allow us to reach our Paris targets more easily. And this might also allow us to support workers in the regions more effectively. Now, Madam Speaker, I see you're about to cut me off, so I'll end there. Thank you. The member will have 6.5 minutes at the next time this subject is before the House. The time provided for private members' business is now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence.
Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Lérode. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to be here to raise a very important issue for the Canadian economy. Of course, I'm talking about agriculture. On December 8th, 2017, I had the opportunity to ask the Agriculture Minister a question, and the Parliamentary Secretary was the one who answered the question at that time. Now, the question was very simple. It was essentially, why are the Liberals leaving agriculture by the wayside? And the response that I got from the Parliamentary Secretary, Madam Speaker, was an answer about supply management. He reminded us of the Liberals' traditional position, which is to support supply management. And I'm sure that that's the same answer we'll be hearing tonight. But I also had some other aspects in my original question. I talked about the way that Liberals had really been treating farmers as tax cheats. They tried to remove deferred cash tickets from them. And you'll remember this was December 2017 when the crisis in the grain transportation sector had already been anticipated. We were warning them that there would be such a crisis. And we were calling on the Liberals to take action. But this request from farmers and industry and from us fell on deaf ears. The result is that we had a grain transportation crisis, which farmers are still facing today. So my question was, why are the Liberals abandoning the agriculture sector? And since then, not a lot has changed. Well, I shouldn't say that. That's not true. A lot of things have happened, but nothing has really changed. Now, we saw a budget in which there was absolutely no mention of agriculture. That's the reality, Madam Speaker. Since December 8th, 2017, the Liberals have abandoned Canadian farmers. And what's happened since then? Well, the Senate sent amendments to Bill C-59 back to the House. Amendments that mean that Bill C-59 could become acceptable if we could get it passed. Now, it's been more than a week, perhaps 2 weeks now, since we got that from the Senate. But do you hear that? Oh, yep. That was the government's response to the amendments to C-59. They said absolutely nothing. They refused to accept a private order in council to solve the crisis, so we're still facing a very serious problem. And in the meantime, what happened? Oh, of course, NAFTA negotiations. And despite the reassuring words that the Parliamentary Secretary will undoubtedly offer tonight about supply management, I would like to mention one thing. Despite all of these reassuring words, the Union of Agricultural Producers in Quebec are calling on the government to say loud and clear that there will be no additional opening up of our market to Americans under supply management, and that they won't accept new tariffs. So the question tonight, Madam Speaker, is, can the Parliamentary Secretary respond to this association and say that there will not be any additional loopholes in supply management? Thank you very much.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Mégantic l'Érable, who's on the Agriculture Committee and does a great job. But I also had the opportunity to visit his beautiful part of the country during maple sugaring season. But the success of this industry is a priority to our government, and that's why we regularly consult with farmers and take steps to keep this industry competitive in the long run. In Budget 2017, our goal was to increase agricultural and agri-food exports by at least $75 billion by 2025. Budget 28 builds on investments in agriculture in Budget 2017, including the Canadian Agricultural Partnership and the Superclusters Initiative, and takes the necessary steps to make Canada competitive, sustainable, and fair, where equity prevails, where Canada has science and innovation stimulating economic growth. The Canadian Partnership for Agriculture came into force in April 2018, and it's an investment of $3 billion over 5 years that will bolster the agriculture and agri-food industries. Madam Speaker, the Transportation Modernization Act is also one of this government's priorities. It will make the Canadian transportation system more transparent, fair, and efficient, and will promote the delivery of Canadian agricultural projects to domestic and international markets. The government is also championing the key interests of the agricultural and agri-food industries in free trade negotiations. On March 8, 2018, Canada and the 10 signatory countries signed the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership in Santiago, Chile. Given that Asia-Pacific is a booming market for Canada, this trade deal is excellent news for agriculture and agri-food. This partnership will provide opportunities for exports such that Canadian farmers will be able to compete on a level playing field with their main competitors, and this will provide for economic growth in Canada. The government is also seeing to it that the Canadian agricultural sector can take advantage of opportunities created by the trade deal between Canada and Europe. In November, the Minister of Agriculture spent 10 days in China, our second biggest export market for agricultural products, in order to promote Canadian agri-food products. This trip paved the way for stable agricultural trade including canola and meat. Madam Speaker, we're going to continue to invest in our farmers from coast to coast to coast. So, Madam Speaker, the agricultural and agri-food sector in Canada is innovative and very specialized. Our government supports Canadian farmers and is adopting policies that will give our industry a competitive advantage internationally in these growing markets. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. It's worrisome, Madam Speaker. The UPA made a request and the government is not undertaking to allow no new cracks to open up in supply management. With the TPP, we're still waiting for legislation to implement that trade deal quickly, because if we're not one of the first, the other countries will beat us to it. Once again, the Liberals are turning their backs on producers. The government, when it comes to labeling, the government should avoid adopting a policy that creates confusion among producers, and that's what the president of the Dairy Producers Association said. He's concerned about Health Canada blessing pop beverages, but they're imposing labeling requirements on other products like yogurt, and that's why we think the Liberals have basically abandoned producers in Canada. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, I'd like to remind my colleague that it was one of his colleagues from BOS who wanted to put an end to supply management, whereas we have never changed our minds. We continue to defend supply management. I repeat that the success of agriculture and agri-food industries is a priority to our government. Budget 28 will continue to increase the competitiveness of the Canadian agricultural industry. We have entered into deals with the provinces and territories through the Canadian Agricultural Partnership, which came into force on April 1st. We tabled legislation to create a more transparent, fair, and efficient railway network, which will help grain producers get their product to market. We are also continuing to work closely with stakeholders to defend the interests of the Canadian agricultural and agri-food industries through a broader government trade program. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to return to a question I asked the Minister of National Revenue last fall, and it has to do with the fiasco involving tax credits for disabilities, particularly those with diabetes. And I only have 4 minutes to talk about this, but overnight, people with type 1 diabetes saw their rejection rate for a tax credit spike for no readily understandable reason, and it's something that had never been seen before. Just overnight, these benefits were cut. People who had been claiming this benefit, people with type 1 diabetes, their tax credit applications had always been accepted, and suddenly overnight CRA stopped accepting their applications. Okay, so this could happen. There might be situations where here or there somebody sees their benefits, their tax credits cut, but this happened overnight. An incredible number of people and people in our constituencies all over the country cried out. This was something, the scale of which had never been seen before, the number of people who were denied this tax credit. And the minister, her answer was that nothing had changed, the criteria hadn't changed, not to worry, nothing had changed. And the rules were the same on paper, but in reality, on the ground, in fact, and out there in the real world, people were getting, in huge numbers, unprecedented numbers, people were getting those tax credits denied. And the minister had to apologize, because when the proof was provided, when the emails were shown, it was clear that there was an internal directive and order calling on CRA officials to take a closer look at these tax credit claims for people with disabilities, particularly diabetes, type 1 diabetes. And the minister had to apologize because the media did their checking and it was confirmed that this was the truth. It was a true story. And the minister had to apologize because, in fact, things had changed. Something had changed. And the minister had completely mismanaged. I think that's the least you can say. It's an understatement. The minister mismanaged this file. And we know that a number of officials appeared before the committee and they confused everyone because one message was being sent out to people, to ordinary Canadians, and at committee, government officials were sending out quite a different message. So I'd like an update on the number of people affected by this fiasco. How many people with type 1 diabetes in Canada were affected by this policy change and they lost their tax credit overnight? And perhaps today, hopefully, things have been turned around at the agency and people are now getting that tax credit again because the rules need clarification. So my question is, I'd like to have an update. I'd like to have some figures from the agency in order to know how many people were affected by this fiasco created by the Minister of National Revenue. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to rise once again in this House to help my honourable colleague get a better understanding of the disability tax credit. While I'm certain that this may not surprise my colleague, but I can once again assure him, as I have many times in this House, that the eligibility criteria for DTT has not changed. Unlike the previous Harper Conservatives, our government is committed to ensuring that Canadians with disabilities not only receive the credits and benefits to which they're entitled, but are also able to advise CRA on how best to administer them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one of the most important steps that we have taken is to reinstate the Disability Advisory Committee, which, again, the previous Harper Conservatives abolished in 2006. After more than 10 years without a voice at the table, Canadians with disabilities, their stakeholder organizations, and medical experts are now able to engage with Canada Revenue Agency. Through this process, they provide insight on how best to ensure that they receive the benefits to which they're entitled. Madam Speaker, our government values evidence-based policymaking. The Disability Advisory Committee allows us to hear directly from experts to ensure that the steps we're moving forward improve the agency's services. We've also taken concrete steps to make it easier for Canadians to apply for the disability tax credit. Madam Speaker, nurses form the backbone of many Canadians' healthcare. And as a nurse myself, I know that nurses often follow their patients very closely, and that is why I was proud that our government allowed nurse practitioners to certify medical information and the effects of their impairment on the credits application form. This will make the application process more accessible for individuals who have not frequent access to a doctor. Again, let me be absolutely clear, Madam Speaker. Most applications for the disability tax credit received by the CRA are approved, allowing for more than 700,000 Canadians to claim the credit on their annual tax return. The agency does not have a target approval rate, Madam Speaker. Each case is processed on a case-by-case basis. Madam Speaker, we are continuing to improve agency's transparency in the application and in the administration for the DTC. The agency has published detailed stats on its website, data related to its important credit, including number of people claiming it, the amounts claimed, and the number of applications accepted and rejected will be published annually, Madam Speaker. We've also recently established the position of Chief Data Officer, who will provide leadership and oversight as the agency takes steps to enhance its approach to data management. Madam Speaker, our government is absolutely committed to ensuring that all Canadians receive the benefits and credits to which they're entitled to. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, all too often it's the same answer from this government. Once they're caught in a situation that's uncomfortable for them, once we expose their mismanagement, that's when they react. That's when they say, okay, we're going to strike a panel of experts because we have a problem. But the problem has to be discovered by the public first and the media, or else there would have been no reaction from this government. They would have just let things slide. If nobody had stood up and said, how is it that I suddenly am no longer eligible for this tax credit? I've been claiming it for years with no problem. So a lot of people experienced the same problem. And if it weren't for that, there would have been no reaction. And people would have simply had their tax credits cut off, people with diabetes, type 1 diabetes, and it would have flown under the radar. So why does the government always wait for something untenable to happen before they finally do something and react? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Canada is at its best when all society benefits, when everyone is included. And our government is committed to ensuring that greater accessibility and opportunities for all Canadians, especially those with disabilities. And Madam Speaker, if my colleagues ask the same question, with all due respect, he will get the same response. Once again, Madam Speaker, more Canadians claimed this important credit last year than ever before. That is good news, Madam Speaker, and we hope to see this trend continue upwards. And Madam Speaker, I sincerely hope that I, finally, perhaps for the last time, answered my honourable colleague's question.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. So last year, for months, the Prime Minister and the Revenue Minister patted themselves on the back and claimed that they made all kinds of claims regarding their attempt to recoup income taxes, in particular from tax havens. And there were repeated questions from all of the opposition benches, from the different parties, that challenged them on what is being done to ensure that those that seek to evade taxes from Canada through tax havens are recovered. So they would say things like what the minister said on November 6th. Over the past 2 years, we've invested nearly $1 billion to combat tax havens. This investment has helped our efforts to recover nearly $25 billion. So that they've recovered $25 billion, according to that statement on the 6th. The same day, she said, our efforts have borne fruit. We're about to recoup $25 billion. So these are the kinds of things that the government has said. Then on November 16th, the CBC ran a news story, and they exposed this for what they called, quote, a lot of baloney. They said that this was complete nonsense, and that the $25 billion that they refer to is really a multi-year number. It is mostly a result of domestic audits, not from offshore evasion, including things like GST evasion or lack of remittance, that type of thing. It was revealed that actually only $1.8 billion in annual evasion or aggressive avoidance is included in that $25 billion number that the minister and the Prime Minister, for that matter, repeated over and over again last fall. Officials in the department also later clarified and made the point that a lot of that money will actually never be collected, that this is money that they assess and that believe will be assessed, and that by the time we're finished with the objection process and litigation, tax court, etc., that perhaps maybe half of that money may be collected. Now, this is not the offshore evasion piece that members of both parties on the opposition benches have questioned them over. So that brings me to the question that I asked the minister on December 5th, when I asked her, Mr. Speaker, the government has been targeting small businesses and people with disabilities while patting itself on the back for supposedly recovering $25 billion from cheaters, including offshore shelters. So she went on to reply that with a subtle backpedal here that that they're on track to recoup $25 billion as a result of audits conducted over the past 2 years. So no longer is that the number that that they're going to actually recover through going after offshore evaders. So for months, this minister was misleading and completely disingenuous in the statements that she made in the House to many questions about the serious issue of offshore avoidance and offshore evasion and avoidance. And so I wonder if perhaps tonight we could maybe hear from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Revenue what they actually think that they may be able to accomplish with their stated goal to collect and to recapture taxes from offshore evaders and avoiders.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, after a decade of Harper Conservatives sending checks to wealthy millionaires and billionaires and their miserable track record for the growth of middle class, Canadians made a choice for change, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to remind my honourable colleague that in 2015, it was Canadians that made that choice. Canadians chose a party who would cut taxes for the middle class and raise them for the top 1%. Canadians chose a party who would send more money to 9 out of 10 families, putting hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty, instead of a party who sent checks to millionaires. And it was Canadians, Madam Speaker, who also chose a government that would take fight against tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance seriously, and that's exactly what we're doing. Critical to these efforts, Madam Speaker, are government investments to give CRA the right tools in this fight and our engagement and leadership with our global partners, placing us at the forefront of international efforts. Allow me to bring to the attention of this House, Madam Speaker, some of our recent activities to increase offshore compliance. We have created a full-time team dedicated to addressing offshore non-compliance. The CRA has also hired additional auditors and increased the number of teams dedicated to scrutinizing the tax affair of high-risk and high-net-worth taxpayers. As of March 31st, 2018, Madam Speaker, for offshore-related cases, audits of more than 1,112 taxpayers were underway, and CRA had more than 42 ongoing criminal investigations for tax evasion. In 2016-2017, CRA actions resulted in 37 convictions, more than 50 years of jail time, and $100 million in court fines. The agency reviews all electronic funds transfer over $10,000 to and from 4 offshore jurisdictions of concerns every year. Let me be absolutely clear. We're making sure that individuals with holdings in jurisdictions such as Isle of Man and Guernsey are complying with Canadian law. In addition, Madam Speaker, the CRA is reviewing selected neighbourhoods in Canada to better compare lifestyle to income, particularly where corporation, trust, or non-residents own residential property. This work is providing CRA auditors with multiple information sources with which to conduct their audits and improve their efforts to detect potential tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. The CRA is also focused on identifying promoters of abusive tax schemes. The agency's work in this area has resulted in roughly $92 million in third-party penalties. And since 2016, against tax professionals who have facilitated these schemes. Madam Speaker, we will continue to seek to bring tax cheats to account. That is a priority for our government. We are on track to ensure that we keep fighting this because that's what Canadians expect, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, once again, Madam Speaker, no real answers there. This government spent months claiming that they had collected $25 billion from offshore cheaters. That was not true. That was not a correct statement. It was factually dishonest to say that. And it took really the media calling them out on it to point out that that was, as they put it, a bunch of baloney. So tonight we've heard They're, again, seeking, it would seem, extraordinary credit for having the 37 convictions that have happened in a period of 1 year. Not atypical from what the numbers have been over many years in other governments, a handful of criminal convictions in 1 year. Not really much of a track record. And the next election is coming, and it's getting pretty boring to really just simply hear that you won in 2015. Canadians need something better than that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I find it a little bit rich from the Conservatives to talk about their record, because it was them that cut significant amount from the CRA, from the Canada Revenue Agencies back in their Harper Conservative era. Madam Speaker, whereas our government is firmly committed to combating tax evasion and tax avoidance, we have made investments and we've seen results of those, Madam Speaker, because we want a fair system, tax system that works for all Canadians. And to the individuals or corporations that try to avoid paying their fair share of taxes, I have one thing to say to them, Madam Speaker. They have nowhere to hide. Our government stands on solid grounds in this regard. We are on track, and we're meeting our targets, and we are delivering results, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.